Laravel 13 has officially entered the AI era. And in this new mini-series on programming fields, we are going to build a real ChatGPT style application directly inside Laravel using the official Laravel AI SDK package, Livewire 4 and Gemini. We won't use Python, Node.js, not a separate AI backend. Everything will happen inside Laravel itself. And this is not going to be one random AI example. We are going to improve the same application episode by episode. So by the end of this first phase episode, this Laravel application will support real-time streaming responses, markdown formatting, code blocks, copy buttons, conversations, memory, and a ChatGPT style sidebar. But in the first episode, we will build the foundation in which we will do Laravel 13 application setup, Gemini configuration, our first AI agent, the chat layout, and the first working AI response. Now, if you have been following the Laravel 13 playlist on Programming Fields channel, we have already covered topics like JSON API responses, cache, touch function, the Laravel 13 upgrade guide, PHP attributes, and other modern Laravel features. So now it's time to move into the AI side of Laravel 13. And if you want to follow this complete Laravel AI SDK series step by step, make sure to subscribe to Programming Fields channel and hit the bell icon for the future updates. Now, before we start coding, let me quickly show you where this app is going. So here we have a quick demo for this application. This is the direction we are going in the next few episodes. Today we are not building every features you see here. In this episode, we will build the base chat experience. Then in the upcoming episodes, we will add streaming, markdown rendering, conversations memory, and the ChatGPT style sidebar one by one. So in this demo application, here I have used Laravel 13 with Livewire starter kit, in which we used Livewire 4. I have built this design, okay? And here we have this chat interface. We have some predefined tags in order to give a prompt to this agent. We have one input field for adding the new prompt. We have the send button, and also we have this clear button for clearing this entire conversation. Now let's say if I will select any of the predefined prompts here, okay? So let's say I will select what is Laravel 13. When I selected this automatically populated in this input field. Now from here, either we can hit enter, and this sent this prompt to this AI agent, and this is returning this response based on the prompt. Now if we'll check out this entire conversation, here this has returned this response based on this given prompt, like what is Laravel 13. Then this has returned this response like Laravel 13 is the future major version of Laravel web framework, and so on. Okay, we have some quick example and this release schedule. Here at the top, we have this clear button. If we'll clear this entire conversation got cleared. Now, let's say I will give one more prompt like write a PHP function. And here I will just update this to something else like write a PHP function to add two given numbers. Okay, I will click on send. Now this is processing this prompt, and here based on the given prompt, this has returned hello as Larachat. I'm happy to help you with that. This is a clean type hinted PHP function, and here this has created one snippet in which we have a PHP function add numbers, and here in the function parameter, this is taking two variables of type integer or float, right? And based on that, this will return the output. So this is a quick demo of this entire series. And for building this entire demo, I have used Laravel 13 AI SDK. So here I have landed on this official documentation of Laravel AI. This is the AI toolkit which was released with Laravel 13. Here, in order to install this, we have this composer command. But before installing this, I need a fresh Laravel 13 application setup. And if you'll scroll down, here we have this SDK for every capability. We have agents. We can stream, broadcast, and queue, right? We have various features added in this. These all AI agents will be supported here. We have the ChatGPT, Gemini, Anthropic and all. Okay. And if we'll check out, here we can create smart agents with incredible superpowers. We have this agent. Okay. We can customize this. We have this prompts. We have this context. We have this tools, provider tools, structured output. We have this streaming. Okay. We have this async operation as well. And this can work with attachment also. So we will cover these all features step by step in this entire series. Now let's quickly jump to the terminal and we will do a quick setup of Laravel 13 application. So I will use Laravel installer for this. So I will type Laravel new and I will give the application name as Lara AI app. I will hit enter. Now here this is giving one warning as a new version of the Laravel installer is available. If we want, we can update this. So as of now, I will go ahead with yes. And firstly, this is updating this Laravel installer. So let's wait for a couple of seconds. And yes, after this Laravel installer has updated, we have another prompt as which starter kit would you like to install. So for this current implementation, I will go with Livewire. And related to authentication provider, I will not select any authentication scaffolding as of now. So I will go with no scaffolding. And related to this testing framework, I will go ahead with paste by default. And I don't want to install Laravel Boost as of now. So I will go with no because I want to build everything manually from scratch. So I will go ahead with no. So currently I have skipped the authentication for now because the first few episodes are focused on the AI experience only. Later in the upcoming episodes, when the conversations become user specific, we will bring authentication back properly in this series. So let's wait until this installation finishes. And related to npm run install, let's go ahead with yes because we have chosen front-end dependency of starter kit as Livewire. So this will add node modules for that. And yes, the installation has been completed successfully. Now I will cd into that project folder. Yes, project has been opened in the VS Code editor. Now let's quickly open the terminal. And firstly, I will run php artisan serve command. Now the project has been started running on 8001 port. So I will access that on 8001. And here we have a brand new Laravel 13 homepage. Now we will install this Laravel AI SDK package. So I will scroll to top. And here I will copy this composer require command. I will stay ahead to the terminal and I will paste this command here and I will install it. So this is installing this AI SDK package. And yes, the installation has been completed. So this package gives us Laravel native AI features, including agents, providers, streaming, tools, a structured output, embeddings and more. But today we will only use the basic agent prompt flow. Okay. So now in the next step, I will configure our Laravel application with Gemini API. So firstly, we will have to create a project in the Gemini API and from there, we will create one API key. So firstly, let's log into this Gemini. So firstly, in the browser window, I will search for Gemini API. And here we have this Google AI Studio, which will redirect to aistudio.google.com. Let's click on this. And here this will redirect you to this dashboard. From here, you will have to create API key. If you don't have, you can simply click on this create API key. You will have to provide the API key name. You have to select the project. If you don't have any project, you can create it from here. And once you will click on create key, this will generate this kind of API key. Now you have to copy this API key from here and let's navigate back to our Laravel application. So I will add that API key in our application.env file. So I will scroll to bottom side, and here I will define two variables. Let's say AI provider, and here I will specify the provider name, let's say Gemini. And next I will specify a variable like Gemini API key, and here I will paste that API key. So for the security point of view, I'm just hiding that Gemini API key here. So I have added this Gemini API key here. Now after configuring this, let's jump ahead to the official documentation, and we will navigate to this documentation here. Inside this, we have completed this first step, right? Now in the next step, we have to publish the configuration file. So let's copy this command and let's stay ahead to the terminal again, and let's paste it here. And now this has published a few configuration files like config ai.php, some agents, structured agents, tool stub, middleware, and one migration file. So let's check out these all files one by one. Firstly, I will start from migration. So in the database, we have migrations, and this has added a new migration file as create agents table. And inside this, we have two tables like agent conversations and agent conversation messages. So related to this, we will come to this part later. This table will be used to store the conversation history in the prompt. So whatever prompt we will give in the UI, this will store that prompt, and from there we can maintain the history and we can display this in the sidebar, right? And if you want to load the existing conversation as well, then that we can use it using this conversation table itself. Okay, so we have these two tables. Now next, I will jump to the configuration file. So inside config ai.php, this has published one configuration file related to AI. So inside this, we have the default AI providers as OpenAI. Next, for images, we have Gemini. For audio, we have OpenAI itself. For transcription, we have OpenAI. Embeddings, OpenAI. For this re-ranking, we have this Cohere. Now below we have this caching. So for caching, we can store that in the database. Next, we have this AI providers array, in which we have different AI providers like Anthropic. We can configure that driver and API key. We have Azure, we have Bedrock, we have this Cohere again, DeepSeek, 11, Gemini, Grok, Gina, Mistral, and these all, right? We have lots of AI providers here provided by this AI SDK package. So we can configure any of these API and we can use that AI agent. So as of now, in our case, I'm going to use Gemini. So that I will configure here. Here in this default AI provider's name, by default, this is taking OpenAI, right? But if you remember, in our .env file, we have defined two variables, right? If I will scroll down, we have this AI provider as Gemini and this Gemini API key. So respective to this, we have to check here in the AI providers array. So if I will check for Gemini, here we have this by default env variable as Gemini API key, which is matching with this variable, right? If you want to modify it, you will have to update that here and also in the env file. Now I want to keep this same as Gemini API key. If you want to use Anthropic, here we have Anthropic API key. For OpenAI, if you'll scroll down, here we have this OpenAI API key, right? So by default, I will use that Gemini API key. So instead of this default OpenAI, I will duplicate this line. I will comment it, and here I will use this default from env function. So in the env, we have this variable as AI provider. So I will use AI provider, else by default, I will keep this OpenAI, just like this. So here in the default configuration, this will get from env variables, in which we have this AI provider as Gemini, and we have this Gemini API key. Okay, you can configure your API key here. Anyhow, after this episode, you won't be able to use this key. I will delete that from Gemini. Okay, so you won't be able to use that API key. Now, after configuring this, we will create chat agent. Since we set AI providers to Gemini, so Laravel AI SDK will use Gemini as the default provider for our text prompts. All right. Now, in the next step, we will create AI agent. So for creating the agent, I will jump to the official documentation here. And before that, we have to migrate this. So I will run this command in the terminal. And yes, this has dumped the migration. So I will check out to the database.sqlite file. And here we have newly 2 tables added as agent conversation messages and agent conversations. Now let's follow again this documentation, and related to this configuration, we are already done with this. This is done. Now here we have this provider support. So this AI SDK supports a variety of providers across these features that we already discussed. Now next, we have to create agents for communicating with this API key, right? So Laravel 13 provides agents as well, so that this will interact with these AI providers. So our application will directly connect with Gemini API key via this agent, right? So for creating the agent, we have make agent command provided by Laravel 13. So for creating the agent, we have 2 commands. One is for make agent simply, and another one is with flag structured. So if you want to get the structured output, then we can pass this flag as structured. So in the agent itself, we will have to specify the instruction. Okay, just like this. So firstly, let's create our first AI agent in this. So I will type PHP artisan make agent, and I will give the agent name like chat agent. You will have to provide a meaningful name for this. Now let's hit enter, and this has created one agents folder inside AI, right? Inside AI folder, and we have agent name as chat agent.php. If we'll check out app folder, we have a new folder as AI. Inside this, we have agents and chat agent.php. So this agent class is implementing these all contracts, right? Next, we have one trait as use prompt table, which is imported from Laravel AI, because this agent will give prompts to the AI providers. Now here we have one function as instructions. So here we will have to specify the instruction for this agent, so that based on the given instruction, this will perform the operation. So before giving any specific instructions, let's jump ahead to the next. We have messages function. So this messages function will help rendering all the previous conversations history, which will be stored in this agent conversations table. All right. Next, we have this iterable. So this will render the available tools to the agent. Now let's jump to the documentation again. So let's add our instruction in our chat agent. So we can add a single line instruction like this, or even we can add multi-line as well. So for adding the multi-line instruction, we will use PHP here doc syntax. So in PHP here doc syntax, if we'll search for PHP here doc, so let's navigate to this official documentation of strings manual of PHP. This here doc syntax will start from opening of less than operator, just like this. So we'll have to write in this way. end, right? So this will support the multi-line string as a prompt. So here, instead of single line, I will break this into multi-line. So I will use this here doc syntax and I will specify as prompt, right? Because this is going to be a prompt. So when we will use this here doc syntax, we won't have to use double quote or single quote in order to use multi-line string. And I will have to close this like this. So I will give some instruction, just like you are, let's say, Lara chat. I will give one instruction, a smart and friendly AI assistant. Okay. And this is built with Laravel 13 and Google Gemini. Next, I will add some guidelines in this. So this guideline will specify what this can do and what is the limitation of this. So I will add like be helpful, concise, and friendly. Next, for code questions, provide clean examples. Okay. And next, be honest when you don't know something. So I have clearly mentioned here in this instruction for this agent, and avoid unnecessary filler text. So I have given a basic guidelines to this AI agent, right? In multi-line instructions. Let's save it. And as of now, we are not working with the messages. So this is done. So instead of calling the provider directly everywhere, we have created this agent, and this agent will give our AI app a clean place for instructions, tools, memory, and future behavior. Now we have to create one layout in Livewire so that we can render one route. So for that, I will jump to the official documentation of Livewire 4, because in our application, when we used starter kit as Livewire, this has added Livewire version 4, right? We have 4.1 as of now. So I will jump to the official documentation, and here we will create a new page component. So inside pages, so in Livewire 4, we can render a page directly in the route itself. Okay, but this will need one layout. So let's run this command in the terminal first. PHP artisan Livewire layout. So this has created resources, views, layouts, and we have this app.blade.php, right? Now here all the Livewire pages and components will be rendered out. Now in the next step, we will create one page component. So I will quickly jump to the documentation again of this Livewire 4, and we already did this layouts setup, right? So this layout will render the page as a component, as a full page component, we can say, and we can directly render that component via route itself. So for this, let's navigate to this quick start guide. And here, if we'll scroll down, after installation, we have this layout, and we have this create a Livewire component. So this Livewire provides a convenient addition command to generate new components, and this will generate a component as a page, right? So we can say this is a page component basically, which will render as a full page in our application. And basically it will be a component. And now in Livewire 4, every component will start from one emoji. This is a light symbol. Okay. So what I will do, I will copy this command. I will jump to the terminal and I will paste it here. and I will give a name like pages : chat. So now we can see inside resources views, this has created a new folder as pages, and there we have one component as chat blade. This is right. Now here we have to design something. So as of now, I will simply add chat page component. And next I will render this component directly in the route. So I will jump to the routes web.php, and here I will render that component. So for rendering that page as a component directly in the route, this provides Livewire function in the route. So here we have register a route. So we can use route : Livewire function, and we have to call that component as a page in this way, right? So let's render that. I will use Livewire function, and I will give the route name, let's say chat. And next I will render that using pages : chat. Just like this. Here this has rendered this create component, which is inside post folder separately. So this is a nested component, like this create component is added in the post directory itself. But in our case, we don't have any nested folder inside pages folder. Only we have this chat blade, so we can render this using this way. Now, if I will jump to the browser, I will refresh it, and here I will try to access /chat. And now we are able to access that chat page component correctly, right? So our component is rendered successfully in this. Now we have to design this sidebar layout based on our demo application. This one, right? And this header. So let's quickly design this. So here I will just remove this headline, and I will start from this div. And by default, Livewire 4 is using Tailwind CSS, right? If we'll check out package.json, here we have this Tailwind CSS 4, right? So we can use this Tailwind CSS classes directly in order to design this. So I will use classes like flex, height as full screen, and I will set overflow as hidden, and bg jink with 950. Let's navigate to the browser side by side. We will check out this. And before that, let me open the terminal window again, and I will type npm run dev command, so that for any UI related changes, this will reflect automatically. Now if we'll jump to the browser, yes, this has changed the theme to dark. Now let's create one sidebar. So here we'll create sidebar, and for this I will use semantic element as aside, and inside this I will pass some classes: width 64, flex, let's say shrink with 0, and flex column, bg jink 900, border right, border color like jink 800. Now inside this we have to create one logo similar to this one, right? So I will create div class with padding 5, border bottom, and border color jink 800. Now inside this div, I will specify one more div like flex, items, center, and gap as 3. And next I will define a logo. So I will use width 8, height 8 of that logo area, rounded LG, and background gradient, let's say to BR. Okay, bottom to right, from violet 500 to indigo 600 color, and flags with items center, justify center, and we'll set text to white with text SM, font bold, and we can set shadow large. And in this, let me collapse this sidebar for better visibility. Okay, and here let's close this div, and I will add one text like L for Lara Chat. This will create this type of logo, right? If we can see, this is rendered properly. Now we will add one label here. So after this, we will add brand name. So again, I will create one div, and inside this div, I will add one paragraph element with text, let's say Lara Chat, and one more paragraph element like powered by Gemini. Okay, so we have this. Now we will have to style. So I will change this color basically. So I will use text SM, font Sebi bold, and text as white. And for the bottom text, I will set text extra small and color like text Jink 500. Okay. Now if we'll check out, yes, this looks perfect. Now we have, this should be removed. We'll have to close this. Okay. Now we have to add this button as new conversation. So after this logo, here we'll add new chat button. So again, I will open one div with padding 4. And next I will create one button. I will name it as new conversation. Okay, and we can add plus symbol as well, just like this. Now we will have to style it in the form of button. So I will pass some classes like width full, flex, items, center, gap 2, padding X as 4, padding Y as 2.5, rounded large, border and border color as Jink 700, text color Jink 400, and on hover I will set BG Jink 800. On hover text I will set this to white, and will set some transition effect as transition all with duration 200, and text size should be small. Now if we'll check out, yes, this has same effect. We can set cursor pointer as well. So after this, cursor pointer. This is done. Button is ready. Next, we have to design this footer area. This one, Gemini flashing. So after this button, I will add status footer. And before that, we have to add one separator. This one right here. So I will add one separator. So firstly, I will set div class flags 1 for the gap. And next, I will add this separator. So firstly, I will create one div with padding 4 and will add one border as top. And border color again will be Jink 800 space Y2, and div class flex with items center, gap 2, padding x, padding y as 2, rounded large, bg jink, let's say 800 by 60. Okay. And in this, I will open one span element and I will make one animated pulse, just like this, blinking pulse, right? So this will be empty span with some classes, width 2, height 2, rounded full, and bg emerald with 400 opacity, and I will add animation effect as animate pulse. So if we'll check out, yes, this started growing. And next we have to add one text, just like powered by this Gemini 2.5 Flash. Okay, so I will use Gemini 2.5 Flash. This is just for the information purpose. So we'll add some classes, text extra small, text jink 400, and after this div we need this built with Laravel 13 AI SDK text. So I will use one paragraph element and I will set text from here. So I will copy it and I will paste it. Now we have to style it by adding some classes like text extra small, and color will be like text jink 600 itself, padding x2. Now if we'll check out, yes, this sidebar is ready. Done. Now next we have to design this chat component. So we will have to create another component in which we will have this chat interface. So next we will create another component that will look like this. So in the demo application, we have a chat box component like this. Here we can send any prompt to Gemini and Gemini will process that prompt and return the response. So in the same way, we will design this layout in this application. So firstly, let's create one more component in Livewire 4. And if you don't know how to create a new component in Livewire, you can simply check out Livewire official documentation and we have to jump on Livewire 4. So here in the essentials, we have components. Let's click on this. And for creating a component, this has given one artisan command. So let's copy this command as php artisan make :livewire, and we have to specify the component name. So let's paste this command and I will change the component name. Let's say chatbox. Okay, I have given this component name as chatbox, and this has created a component inside views components folder. We have a new component as chatbox blade. Let's jump into this. And here inside views components, we have this chatbox blade. Now here, this is inline component again. So we have this class and this HTML part in the same component. Okay. So firstly, we will design our chat box component UI just like we have in this demo. So let's jump to the code editor. And firstly, we will design our header. So in our demo application, we have one header having some text as new conversation, ask me anything, and one button at the right top corner. So let's create this header here. So firstly, I will remove this comment and I will add some classes inside this. So we'll add flags of 1, flags column, min width as 0. Okay. And inside this, we will create header component. So for header, I will use header semantic element again. And inside this, let's style it by adding some classes like padding x 6, padding y as 4, border bottom, and again we'll use border color as jink 800. bg background as jink 900 by 50 flex, and let's say items center justify between, and let me collapse this sidebar again, and we'll add flex shrink of 0. Now inside this we'll add one div for wrapping these two text. We need new conversation and ask me anything. So I will copy it from here, and I will add one h1 element, and inside this I will paste this text. Next I will add this ask me anything, and this I will keep it inside paragraph element. Now we'll have to style these two elements. So I will add text sm font semi bold, text white, and for this paragraph element we'll add class text extra small, text jink like 500, margin top of 0.5. Now we will have to render this chat box component in order to see this output, right? Currently we have not rendered that component. So we will need to render this chat box component in our this sidebar component basically. And this is chat blade component, right? This one. Here we already created this sidebar, logo, and this status footer. Now after this aside, here we'll render that chat box component. And for rendering that component, we'll have to use Livewire component name as chat box. Now let's jump to the browser, and if we'll see, yeah, this component has been rendered, and we have these two text as new conversation and ask me anything, similar to this demo application. Now let's continue designing the other layouts here. So firstly, we'll add one clear button at the top right corner. So let's jump to the chat box blade, and here after this div, we'll add the clear button. So I will write button, and firstly I will label it as clear, and I will add some classes like text extra small, text jink 500 over text jink 300, padding x3, padding y as 1.5, rounded md over bg jink 800, transition colors, right? If we'll check out, yes, we have this clear button visible, and we can add cursor pointer as well. So this is done. So this clear button will simply reset the current local messages that we will give as a prompt. We are not saving conversations yet, that we will cover in the upcoming episodes. Now next we have to design this part. Okay, so we need the suggestion chip and this headline. So let's design this. So after this header, we'll add that welcome screen. So here we'll start from one div, and in this div I will style it by adding classes like flex1, overflow y, auto, padding x 4, padding y 6, space of y as 6, and we'll add the scroll behavior as smooth. So here next we will design this welcome screen. So I will create one more div with classes. I will set as 16, height as 16, and this will be basically our logo area. So we'll add rounded XXL bg gradient to bottom right from violet 500 to indigo 600, and we'll add flags with items center, justify center, and text double XL. Font will be bold, text color will be white, and we'll add shadow as double XL, and shadow color will be like shadow violet, 900 by 40, and margin bottom like 5. So inside this, I will keep one text as, let's say, Lara chat. Now if I will jump to the browser, and here we have this Lara chat icon. Okay. Now next we need this headline and this suggestion chip. So let's add this. So after this logo, here I will add h2 element, and in this we need this text, welcome to Lara chat application. And further we need this subtext, so I will add it here in paragraph element. And now let's style it. So I will use text XL, font semi bold, text white, margin bottom as 2, and for the subtext we'll add color as text Jink 400, text SM, max width as SM, and leading will be like relaxed, margin bottom 7. This is done. If we'll refresh it, yeah, this has rendered. And next we need this suggestion chip, right? So after this paragraph, here we will add suggestion chips. So I will create one div just for wrapper, and in this div itself I will create the suggestion chip. So I want to render this using loop, so I will use for each loop, and inside this itself I will create some array for chip, and I will add some text as what is Laravel 13. So let me add it quickly. What is Laravel 13? Next I will add explain Livewire 4. Further I will add write a PHP function, and something like tell me a fun fact, and I will iterate it. So I will use suggestion. Now inside this I will use button element in order to render these all suggestions array. So inside this I will render suggestion. This is done. So here this has rendered it, right? But we need to style it in order to display it correctly. So I will style by adding some classes on the buttons like padding X 3, padding Y 1.5, rounded full BG Jink as 800, border and border color will be Jink 700, text extra small, text Jink 300, and on hover I will change the border color to violet 500, and the text color will be changed to white, and also will add transition effect, transition all with duration 200. Alright, this is done. This is rendered. Now this rounded is not applied, so here there is typo mistake. This should be rounded full. Correct? Now this looks like same. Now we have to arrange this in the center of the screen. But before that, we will add this input area for adding the prompt. Okay. So after this suggestion chips, here I will add it input text. Okay. So again, I will start from one div with class flex and will add shrink 0, padding x 4, padding bottom 5, padding top edge 3, border top, and border color will be border jink edge 800, bg jink 900 by 30. And in this div, I will start one more div with class max width 3xl and margin x of auto so that it will be aligned centered. And next I will create text area. So I will use text area element, and inside this I will add one placeholder. Let's say message Lara AI chat agent. Okay. And I will add some classes like flex1 bg transparent text sm color will be text jink 100, placeholder color will be jink 500, and I will restrict it from resizing, so I will use resize none, and outline will be none, and leading text will be relaxed. And we can set some min height like style min height, let's say 28px. Okay, this is done. And we need one button as well, just like the send button, but we have to wrap this in one more div. So I will use div with class as flex items end, and we'll use gap as 3, bg jink let's say 800, border, and the border color will be jink 700. I will make it rounded double XL, padding x 4, padding y as 3, and focus within. I will change the border color to violet 500 and transition colors with duration of 200. Now I will wrap this text area in this div, and after this text area I will create one button. So here we'll have send button. So let's add one button, and in this button I will use one SVG. So I will quickly paste it from the demo. Now I will style this button by adding the classes like cursor pointer, flags, shrink as 0, width 8, height 8, rounded XL, background color as violet, and we'll set the opacity to 600 over bg violet 500, and on disabled I will set the color as bg jink 700, and the disabled opacity will be 50. On disable I will set cursor not allowed, and let's say flags items center, justify center, and we'll add transition colors as well. This is done. Let's check out to the browser, and yeah, we have this layout ready. Next we have to add one subtext at the bottom. So here after this div I will add one paragraph element, and I will copy this text from there. I will paste it here. and let's style it as text center, text extra small, text jink 600, and margin top as 2. Now next we have to align this in the center. So let's add it some classes here. So we have to add it here before this logo. So I will use one more div as a wrapper, and I will use class like flex column, items center, justify center, height edge full height, okay, and text alignment will be center with padding y edge 20. And here I will close this div after this suggestion chips. Now let's jump to the browser, and yes, these are in the center aligned. Now related to these chips, we have to display 2 chips in a row. Currently these all are coming in a single row. So let's split into multiple rows. So here in this div, I will add some classes like flex wrap, and we'll set gap between these 2 chips as 2, justify center, and max width, let's say a small. And if we'll check, yes, the chips are rendered correctly. And here in the button we can add one more class as cursor pointer. Okay, so yeah, this is perfect. Now if we'll compare from our actual demo, here there is some alignment mismatch. In the bottom we have extra space, right? So let's correct it. So here I will set height as well as 28 px itself. Now if we'll check, yeah, this is correct. So our chat box UI component is designed correctly as per this demo. Now we have to work on this message functionality, right? Which is basically prompt. So for this we have to capture the input from this text area. So let's define some states in order to capture that. So we will bind this text area with some variable. So here I will use wire model directive, and I will name it, let's say, input. And in this text area we can set some property like row as 1. Now let's define this input here at the top in the class. So this will have a state, right? So I will use public string, and we'll have to define that property as input with empty string. Now we can type something here. Now when we'll type something and we'll hit enter, or even if we'll click on send, we should get this input field value. So for that, let's work on this send button functionality. So let's navigate back to this button. Firstly, we'll define wire click directive, and we'll define one function as send. Now let's define this function at the top. So here after this I will define send message functionality. So we'll define one public function, let's say send, and I will specify return type as void. Now inside this function, firstly I will print that input. So I will use $this input. Let's navigate back to the browser, and here I will type something and I will click on send. Yes, so on send we are able to capture that input value from that text area, right? Now in the same way, when I will hit enter, currently this is changing the line and going to the next line, right? So we should prevent this behavior in the text area. On enter, this should call that same send function, and we will have to prevent it from going to the next line, right? So let's work on this functionality. So in the text area, firstly I will use wire key down binding. So this is basically one attribute, and dot enter, and we'll have to prevent it. So on prevent, we'll call the send function itself, right? We have defined that send function at the top. Now if we'll refresh and check, so let's say I have typed something again, and if we'll hit enter, yes, on enter, now that prevented from going to the next line, and we are able to capture that input value here. So this is done. Now let's validate this input field so that if we will enter or click on send without entering anything, we will have to prevent it. So let's define this validation here first. So directly I will use $this validate function, and here I will define that validation rule for this input. Let's say required, it should be string, and I will set max property as well. Now next I will assign this value to a different variable, just like I will define one variable like user message, so that we can send this value to the AI agent, right? And I will reset this input field here, and we can manage one state for loading. So I will define one variable at the top. So I will define public, let's say boolean loading, and I will initialize it with false by default. And here I will set that loading to true. So what we are doing after validating this input field, we are assigning this input message as a prompt in different variable, and I'm resetting that variable again. Okay. And next I'm enabling this loading state to true. Now next we have to send this prompt to agent. So I will jump to the official documentation of Laravel AI SDK again. And here, for giving any prompt to chat agent or any agent, we have to call this prompt function, right? Here this is prompting. So to prompt an agent, firstly we'll have to create one instance of that agent class. So let's copy this line and we'll paste it here. Now instead of this sales coach, I will add our agent name, which is chat agent, this one, right? So let's add it here, new chat agent. And in this prompt, we have to pass the dynamic prompt, whatever is it coming from this user message, which is input, right? And here we have to pass this prompt as user message, just like this. Okay. Now I will put dump and die $response in order to see the output. So let's import this chat agent class at the top. So I will use app AI. So here we have this namespace, right? So I will use app AI agents chat agent. This is done. Now let's navigate back to the browser, and I will give one prompt as what is Laravel 13. I will hit enter, and now this is processing this request. I have already entered that prompt, and here after a few seconds we got some response here from Gemini, right? We have this messages collection. Inside this we have items array, and in the content this has given some response, right? So we received multiple objects here, right? So better we'll convert this response in the text format. So we are getting this response in the text as well. So I will use response text attribute. Now I will give the same prompt again. So I will use what is Laravel 13. I have entered that and this is processing the request. I will work on the loader part as well. And yes, we can see we got the response here, right? Now we have to display this response in the UI here, right? So for this, I will define one array variable and there I will set this response and we will render that on the UI. So I will define public array messages and here after getting this response, let's capture this in a variable as messages and let's make it multi-dimension. Now inside this, I will define a key like content and I will pass this response in this. And I will define one more key like role, let's say assistant. Okay, because this response is coming from the AI agent, right? And I will wrap this in the try catch block so that for any kind of exception, we can report it here. So I will use catch function. Inside this, I will use throwable object and I will use report function and I will report this exception and I will reset this message with something else, just like sorry, let's say something went wrong, please try again. And here we should reset this loading state to false, so better we can reset it outside. This is done. Now we have this message ready, right? We have captured this response from Gemini. Now we have to render this message. So I will copy this variable $this messages and here we have to render that just above this input text, right? We have some error here, we missed comma. Okay, this is done. So here in this welcome page itself, like when we will give any prompt, we will have to render that message here just like we saw in the demo application. So if I will show you that demo application, what is Laravel 13? Now we can see we have two types of message rendered here. This is the user input, like whatever we have added in the prompt. And in the second side, we have this Gemini response, whatever it is coming after processing that prompt, right? So we have to render these both inputs, right? And firstly, we will have to segregate these messages. So in one key, we have to identify this message is given by user, which is user prompt, and this is coming from AI response, right? So let's jump back to the code editor. And here we will have to store this user message in the same messages variable, but before getting the response. So here I will set this content as user message, just like this. And this role will be like user because this is user prompt. So basically this is user prompt and this is AI response. Now let's render this messages. So I will scroll down and here I want to render that in the same welcome screen. So I want this welcome screen to be rendered conditionally. So what I will do, I will use one if condition and I will check count of messages variable, right? Because we have defined this array variable. If count of this is 0, then only this should render this welcome screen, else it should hide this. All right. Now, after hiding this, we have to display the messages. So here, after this end if, we will render the messages list. So I will use for each loop again, and I will render this messages variable as index and message, and for each. Now here we have to segregate the message based on key, user or assistant, right? Just like we did here. So we have to check one condition. If message role is user, else this will be AI response, right? Now here, this is user prompt message, and in the else part, this is AI response messages. So I will render that message just like message, and we have the key as content here also. Now we have to wrap this in some div just for styling it. So I will use one div and I will wrap this message in this. Now let's style this wrapper like flex justify end, because this is user message. So I want to display this in the right corner, just like this. And next I will create one more div as max width like MD, and on large screen I will set this to max width XL. And let's create one more div with background color. Here we set this background violet with 600 and text white, padding X as 4, padding Y as 3, and rounded as XXL. And also we'll set rounded to right side, because we can see there is some corner, right? So I will use rounded to right as SM, text SM, and text spacing as relaxed. Now let's close these two divs outside this message content. This is done. Next we have to render the AI response here. So we have already rendered this. Now for the AI response, we have to use this logo as well, just like AI avatar, right? So I will create one parent wrapper as a div flex items start, because this is AI response, so we have to display in the left side, and this was the user prompt, so that's why we used items end, right? And next we'll use gap as 3, because we have to display the logo as well. And let's close this div. Now inside this, firstly we'll create AI avatar. So I will create one div and I will use text as AI. Now we'll style this by adding some classes: width 7, height 7, rounded full with BG, gradient to bottom right from violet 500 to indigo 600 color, flex items center, text color should be white, and text size will be extra small, font bold, flex shrink as 0, and margin top, let's say 0.5. Okay, so this is done. Next, after this logo, we have to display the message, right? So I will create one more div just in order to display in this background of gray with text white, and I will wrap it here. Now I will style it by adding some classes. So I will use max width MD, and on large screen I will set max width to XXL. And next I will create one more div for having the background color. So I will set background jink 800, border color jink 700 by 50, padding X 4, padding Y as 3, rounded XXL, rounded to left, and we'll set SM. Text size will be SM, text color will be jink 100, leading relaxed, white space like pre-wrap. Okay, and let's close this. Okay, this is done. Now let's navigate back to the browser and we'll give prompt like footage Laravel 13. I have given the prompt. This is processing that, and once it will process, yeah, this has rendered the response. So here at the top right corner we have user prompt, and here in this has given the AI response. Now we have some alignment issue, so let's check this. So let's make it centered aligned here. So we used flex items center, and we'll use justify center as well. So let's give one more prompt. What is Laravel 13? And this is processing this. Again, let's wait for some couple of seconds. And yes, this is aligned properly. Okay, so here each message has a role, right? This is user role and this is assistant role. If the role is user, we aligned it to the right corner. If the role is assistant, we aligned it to the left and show a small AI avatar. For now, we are using normal blade output with double curly bracket, right? That means the response is escaped and safe, but Markdown will not render yet. So that's why we are not getting the proper format. So the double asterisk means it should be in bold format, right? So we will add Markdown rendering and the formatting in the upcoming episodes. And the text area is connected to the input property that we used wire model. Now let's work on this clear chat. So when we'll click on this clear chat button, this should reset this text. So here at the top, we have this clear chat button, right? So I will use wire click directive and I will call clear chat function. I will copy this and let's define this function here. After this send function, this is clear chat. So I will use public property, public function, clear chat. And again, this won't return anything. So I have used void. And in this, we have to reset this message. So instead, I will make it completely empty array, just like this. And also we have to reset the input, which is prompt basically, and this loading state to false. Currently we have not used a loading indicator. So let's work on this loading indicator. So after this AI message, so here in this AI response message, we are rendering messages here, right? So before this message, I will use one condition. If we have loading, then this will render that loading, else this will render this message. Then I will create one div, and inside this I will add one loading message like Lara AI chat is thinking. Okay, and here we can style it. So we'll add some classes like bg Jink 800, border Jink like 700. Okay, and padding X 4, padding Y as 3, rounded double XL, rounded to left, SM, text, SM, text, Jink 400. This is done. So if loading is there, then this will render this text, else it will render the dynamic message. So now I will give one more time a prompt like explain Laravel 13, and this is processing that request. So after processing it, it rendered that message. And that's it. Now this Laravel chat application is no longer just a layout. It can actually send a prompt to Gemini using our Laravel AI agent and display the AI response inside the chat UI. In this episode, we built the message state, welcome screen, the suggestion chips, user and assistant bubbles, input box, loading state, error handling, and the first real AI prompt flow. Right now, the response appears only after Gemini finishes generating the full answers, right? And that is okay for this step. But modern AI applications don't usually wait silently like this. Just like we already saw in our demo, when we give any prompt, this is maintaining one state, and if you'll see, now this is thinking here, right? So this is streaming these all responses and it is giving the response in the chunk. But in our current application, here this is giving the response once AI finishes the response completely. So in the next episode, we will upgrade this exact flow and stream the response in the real time, token by token, okay? Just like we have this in our demo application. And that is where this Laravel chat application will start feeling much more alive. Now, without wasting time, let's continue from where we stopped in the previous episode and add real-time streaming functionality to this Laravel chat application. But before going ahead, let's fix one issue. So we added this killer conversation functionality, and by clicking on this is throwing one error as undefined array key role. So let's navigate back to the code editor. Here we have this chat box blade component, and this is our killer chat function, right? So we reset this messages state, which was an array. So we set it to empty array, but due to this multi-dimension, which we added by mistaken, this is throwing this error, right? Now we removed that multi-dimension. So now if we'll give the same prompt here, what is Laravel 13 AI SDK. Now let's wait until this response get finished. And we got the response, okay? And if we'll click on clear, yes, this entire conversation got cleared from this list. So this is resolved now. Now let's quickly recap our code base. So I will quickly jump to this chatbox component again. And here we have this message send functionality basically. So from here, we bound this input, which is added for this text area here. So whatever we are typing in this prompt, we have captured this in this variable and we have validated this. And after validating this, we have assigned this to a different variable as user message, and we reset that input. And now we are giving this prompt to chat agent, which we created in this last episode, right? Here we have this chat agent in which we already given a clear instruction to handle the prompt. So in this chat agent, we have given this prompt as user message, whatever it is coming from that text area as prompt, right? And we assigned this prompt in this variable as messages, which is defined as a type of array. So we have kept it as multi-dimension because this will capture the user prompt also, and the AI response also. So here that's why we assigned this response in the same array variable, and this is the user prompt. So basically we are storing both messages like user prompt and AI response together in this messages variable so that it will be helpful to render in the UI. And here we have rendered this. So if I will scroll down, firstly we checked one condition. If count of messages is 0, then we are displaying this home screen with suggestion chips, this one, right? Else we are rendering those messages and we are segregating based on the user or AI. So the user prompt will be displayed here in the right side and the AI response will be displayed here in the left side. So that's what we added this if else condition. So this was the quick look of the previous episodes, what we done till now. So as per the current implementation, this is our normal request response flow. Okay, that means we are sending a prompt as a request to Gemini AI provider, and Gemini processes that and returns that request as a response. So basically Laravel sends this prompt to Gemini. Gemini generates the full answer and then Laravel receives the full response, and only after all of that Livewire updates the UI in the front end. So we can say for streaming we need a different flow because this is currently a request and response flow, right? So for streaming, Laravel should start sending chunks as soon as Gemini generates them, as we saw in our demo application, right? This was generated in chunk. So immediately when we sent this prompt, this started generating this response one by one when the Gemini started generating it. So this functionality is called streaming. So what is streaming basically? So streaming means we don't wait for the complete answer. Instead, the AI provider sends small pieces of text as they are generated, and Laravel will have to receive those pieces one by one. Okay. Then Laravel will forward those pieces to the browser, and the browser will append them inside the assistant message bubbles that we segregated for this else condition here, right? So that is how we get the ChatGPT style or even our demo style typing effect. So in the current episode, we will be using server sent events, which is called SSE. Okay. So server sent event is a simple way for the server to keep an HTTP response open and keep sending small updates to the browser until this entire response get finished. So each update is sent in the chunk format. So in order to implement that, I will create one controller. So I will type PHP artisan make controller and I will name it as stream controller. So the controller has been created. Now let's jump to this controller app HTTP controllers. We have this stream controller. Now inside this, I will create one function, let's say invoke. So this invoke function will not require to call it via route. Instead, if we'll call this controller, this will invoke automatically. So inside this function parameter, I will capture this request, and before writing anything, I will create one route and I will execute this function. So I will jump to the route, and here I will create one route : post request. So from the front end side, we have to send a post request to the backend, and from here we have to receive it. So I will name it as chat stream, and this will call stream controller class. I won't specify any function because we have defined invoke function which will call directly, and I will define the route name, let's say chat.stream. So this route is not a normal page route. the browser will call this endpoint in the background when the user sends a message in the prompt. Okay. Now, before writing this backend functionality ahead, firstly, we will have to handle it from the front end side. So we have this chatbox blade component, right? And inside this, we have this send function. So this send function is called twice. So I will search here. We have called it directly on the text area, on key down enter event, and also on button as wire click here. This is basically send button, right? So in this function, currently we have handled the request and response, not the streaming functionality. So for handling this streaming functionality, we will have to update this current functionality here. So we won't call this chat agent prompt directly here in the Livewire component. So let's comment this, and here I will dispatch browser event to start streaming. So in order to dispatch the event, I will use Livewire way. I will call this dispatch function, and here I will give a key like a start stream, and apart from this key, we have to pass this user prompt as user message. Okay, so that we can bind this message here in the UI and also the AI response, whatever it will be generated from AI provider or Gemini. So I will give a key like message, and I will pass user message here. Okay, this is done. And for capturing the streaming, I will define one more key, streaming, and I will set this to true. And in the content, I will reset this with empty string because this is AI response. So currently we are not getting the AI response here because we have commented this line. This is not needed here now. For a streaming, this message will be appended by Alpine.js once it will start getting the response by calling this route from the chatbox component. So basically, we will make one AJAX call, or we can say a synchronous call from this Livewire to backend, means to this controller. From here, we will return the response in the chunk, and immediately when it will started returning the response, we will have to append those messages directly in the UI so that our UI will be updated immediately. So this is the overall flow. Okay. Now related to this user prompt, we can keep this same. This is basically assistant response, meaning AI response, right? So we have updated here, only we have removed this content. We reset it to empty string. So after dispatching this event, we have to capture this here. So I will scroll down, and at the bottom, I will use a script directive and script, and here we can use JavaScript, right? So here I will use alpine.data function, and in this data function we have to pass one key which will be updated based on the server side response. So we have this main root div, right? And I want to render the messages here, right? This messages, and inside this we have this parent element which is this div. So I will define data attribute in this, and I will pass one key chat stream. This is Alpine.js way. Okay, we have to define the data attribute here. Now we have to update this in the Alpine. So in this, here I will pass this key chat stream. I will create one function, and in this I will define one variable like streaming text, and I will initialize it with empty string. Now on init, meaning when this will be started, I will use this dot dollar wire dot on start stream. So we have to listen this event on load, or we can say when that will be initiated. So we'll have to copy this event name and we have to listen it here, just like this. And based on this listen, I will extract the message because we passed one message there, this key, right, which is user prompt. So I have captured that here, message. And next I will call one function, let's say this dot start a stream, and in this function I will pass this message. Okay, now we have to define this method here. So after this init, we will define this function start a streaming. Okay, and let's capture this message. Now in this function, firstly I will reset this variable. So I will call this dot streaming text with empty string, and next we have to send one API request to the backend. So we have to call this route here, right? This is post request, and for making this API request from this Livewire, meaning within this Alpine.js, I will use fetch function, which is JavaScript native function basically. And inside this, I will pass that route name, which is chat stream. So let me copy and add it here. And this is blade syntax. So we can call route function. And in this, I will pass that route name like we have chat.stream. And next we have to define the method as post because that is a post request. We will define headers as well. So in the headers, we will have to define some property like content type as application/JSON accept, and this will accept text/event stream. So this is type basically. And also we have to pass CSRF token because we have post request. So we can get it using the meta attribute so that we can keep in our layouts blade here. So after this title, I will define meta name. I will name it as CSRF-token, content as CSRF token helper function. Now we can use this key in order to extract the CSRF token here. So I will use document dot query selector, and I will get the meta attribute having name CSRF token, and we have to get the content of that, right? Now after this header, we will use body parameter, and here we will have to pass this message in the form of object by converting this into JSON. So I will use JSON dot stringify, and in this let's pass one key as message, and I will pass this message. Now we will have to make this fetch function to await, okay, so that we will be getting the response asynchronously, so that it won't wait for full response to be loaded at once. It will start giving the response in the chunk. So let's capture this in a variable as response, and we made this fetch to await. So let's make this function async. Okay, this is done. Now let's capture this response here. So I will use response.body.getReader, just like this. And let's capture this in a variable as reader. Now we have to decode that. So I will come to this part later. Firstly, let's put reader as a response, like a reader. And next I will work on the controller part so that we can capture this request, and then we will handle the response again here. So let's navigate back to this stream controller. So from this front end side, we are sending one key edge message. So let's validate this here using request validate function, and we have the key edge message. So this should be required string and max 2000. Okay. And after validating it, let's capture this in a variable. So I will use request input. We have the key edge message, and let's assign this in a variable as message. Now inside this, we have to add that chat box functionality, which we already commented here, this chat agent. So I will copy it from here, and I will paste it here. So what I will do, I will import this class here, chat agent, and I will create one instance first. Previously we were using prompt, right? Now instead of prompt, we will use streaming. So inside this agents, we have this streaming, right? So inside this, we have the feature to use streaming functionality. So instead of prompt, now we will be using a stream function, and then we can get the response in the chunk. So we will be using this a stream function instead of prompt here. So after getting this agent instance, I will use agent stream, and here we have to pass this message, but I will make this response open or active until this whole response will be finished, right? So I will create one callback function, just like response a stream function, just like this, and I will use this trait use message because we need to get the message inside this, and I will move these two lines inside this. Now here we have to pass this message just like this, and let's capture this in a variable like stream. So here we will get the data in the stream, right? Dump ndi stream, so that we will get what we are getting the response here. And let me put return here. Now let's jump to the browser. Let's back to the application, and I will open the developer console. I will type what is Laravel 13, and we have some error as unexpected token. So let's check the front end side here. Okay, we missed semicolon here. Now let's refresh and let's type what is Laravel 13 again. Let's hit enter, and in the network call, this triggered this stream route. That is correct. And here we can say we got something of streaming response here in the form of events. If we'll check, we have multiple event kind of thing, callbacks, right? Here we have some processed prompt. We have this user prompt something, but currently this is not readable. So what I will do, here in the controller, we'll have to convert this response. So firstly, we will have to iterate this in order to extract the data or response from this stream, because currently this was not readable. So I will use a stream as event. You can give any variable name, and here I will check if event is instance of text delta, which is AI streaming event, this one. So this is imported from AI streaming events. Now next, inside this if block, I will echo, means I will print the data. So I will use echo data colon. So I will make this output, okay, and I will encode the response in the JSON format. So I will create one JSON architecture here. Now inside this encode, I will define one key, let's say content, and here we will have to extract the data using event delta. For more information, we can check out to the official documentation of AI SDK. So after using this stream, either we can use this callback function in order to get the response. Alternatively, we may iterate it through stream events manually using this way. So we have followed this approach. We have iterated it manually using for each loop. If you want, you can go with this also. Okay. Now let's continue. And here I will use some line break also. So I will append that using \n, just like this, in order to have proper space. And then I will use ob flush function and flush function as well. And what I will do for handling the exception, we can wrap this entire block in the try catch block, and we can use throwable exception. So let's move these lines inside try block, and again we will report this error, which is exception, and in this catch block I will copy this and paste it here, and in the content I will change the message as, let's say, something went wrong, please try again. This is done, and once we will get the response, I will concat as data and let's say done with \n, and again I will use ob flush function and flush function. So inside this callback function itself, I will return this response with 200 status, and let's define the content type as text/event stream, and we can use cache control, just like no cache, and for buffering I will use xsl buffering to no, and here in the exception catch block I will return in error key. So this is done. So this response stream function keeps this response open until this entire response will be extracted from this. And we have used agent stream function. So this will tells Laravel AI SDK that we want a streaming instead of a full response once. Okay. And we used this text delta instance of, right, which represents a small piece of generated text. Every time we receive a text delta from this AI response, we send it to the browser as an SSE, and we used obflush and flush function to push the output immediately instead of waiting for PHP to finish the full responses. And finally, we used this done. This will tell the front end that the streaming is completed. So this is just for tracking that yes, this streaming is completed from the backend side. And now we have to stop appending in the front end. So now let's move ahead to the front end again. And here I will jump to the browser, and again I will give one prompt as explain about Laravel jobs and queue. Okay. So now here in the front end, let's say this is wedding, and we have a response in this format, right? We can see we have a multiple lines of response appending with the data. We have payload. We sent this payload as prompt. We have this event stream. So in the event stream, we have key as type of message, and we got the data. So in the response, we can see we have the response in chunks, and at last we have data like done, so that based on this, we can track this in the front end like yes, this streaming is completed. So we can now handle this response in the front end. So after getting this response here, I will convert this using text decoder. So I will use new text decoder function, and I will capture this in a variable like decoder. Now we have to append this data or response in the front end. Next, I will define one variable as let buffer, and will initialize it with empty string. Now I will use while loop. So I will iterate it by passing a value like true. If it is true, then I will read the data from this reader. So I will use await and this reader dot read function, so that we will extract the response from this reader. Okay. And we have to append this in the buffer. So let's use object destructuring here, and this will return done and value. Now I will check console.log done and value also. I will give the prompt Laravel 13 jobs, and let's wait. In the console, yeah, we are getting in this format. So this is true, done is true, meaning the response is finished, and this has returned undefined as of now. So I will put one condition based on this. If done, then break it. Okay. Else we have to append the response in the buffer. So I will use decoder.decode, and in this I will pass that value, and we will have to set a stream to true. Next, we have to split the lines so that based on this response, we have to append it in a new line, right? So I will define one variable like lines, and I will get it from buffer dot a split function, and I will capture that \n, which we are getting in the response itself, just like this. Okay. So that we can break or we can split the line here while displaying the response. Next, I will use lines.pop function, and will assign in the same variable buffer. And next I will iterate this line. So I will use const line of lines, and I will check if condition. If not, line start with. So we have the key as data. Okay. So if the line does not start with the data key, just like this, we have data colon and empty space. Then we will continue with this, else we will get the line. So I will use line dot slice and I will trim it. And further we have to check if it is done. So we'll check if data is done. Then I will dispatch one more event. So I will use this dot wire dot dispatch. So from here we will dispatch one event to Livewire so that we will track the streaming is completed. And I will pass the event name as a stream complete. Now inside this, I will pass the content as well as a props. So we have to pass this streaming text. And in the streaming text, this will have empty. Okay, so if it is done, then it won't append anything in that. And let's return it. Let me terminate this. Now next, we have to parse the actual data. So I will use try catch block here in order to parse the actual data. So we'll have this error. Let's print the console error. Let's say invalid stream data, and we will display the error here. Now in the try block, I will have to parse the exact data, whatever we are getting from this response, this one. So I will use JSON dot parse data. We have to extract it. Okay. And let's assign this to a variable, let's say parsed. Now I will check one condition. If parsed data dot content is there, because in the data object we are getting this content, right? So we have to extract this exact data. Then I will use this dot streaming text plus equals. So we have to append that content. So we'll use parsed dot content. Next, I will check if parsed dot any error is there. Then we have to dispatch one more event. So I will use this dot wire dispatch, and I will name it as stream error. And we don't have to pass any data if a stream has any error. Now after this while loop, here we have to dispatch one event as this dot wire dot dispatch stream complete. And inside this, I will pass one key as content, this dot streaming text. Okay, this is done. And next, we have to wrap this entire code in a try catch block. So here, this is one API call, right? So I will use try catch, and in this, I will move this entire block inside this. So after this stream complete, okay, and I will put console error, and we can dispatch stream error from here also, if is there any exception. So in this fetch function, this will send the message to our stream endpoint. This response dot body dot get reader function that we used here, this will let us read the response chunk by chunk, because we are returning this response in the chunk here, right? And next we use this text decoder, right? So this will converts the binary stream into normal text, because chunks can arrive in partial lines, not together. So we keep a small buffer while extracting all the responses. Then we look for lines that start with data, right? If the data is done, then we finish the stream. Otherwise, we parse the JSON and append the content to streaming text. Now we have to listen these events in this component. So we'll have to define a stream complete, stream error. So let's scroll to top at class, and here I will use on attribute provided by Livewire, and we will capture this stream complete first. We'll define one function, public function, let's say on a stream complete, and we are getting the data from there. So let's capture it. Let's import it manually. We'll use Livewire attributes on. Now on stream complete, here we have to get the message. So I will use array key last function, and I will extract the last messages from our array variable which we defined at the top, and from here I will get the index. So I have captured this in a variable as last index. Next, I will extract these messages from this array by passing the index, and I will form it a new key like role assistant, just like we used the same key here, this one. We will have the content in this content variable which we are getting directly, and here let's make a streaming to false because the streaming is completed. This is done, and also let's make loading to false. And similarly we will have to add for on stream error. So I will change this function to on stream error, and on error we are not capturing any parameter. If we'll check that, okay, we are not passing anything. So this is done. Now here on stream error, again we will have to use array key last, which will extract it from messages and assistant, but in the content we will have to pass some message like sorry, something went wrong, please try again, and streaming will be false, loading will be false. So here if anything fails in the browser stream request, we update the assistant message with a friendly error message. And for this stream complete, once Alpine finishes reading the stream, this will send the final content back to Livewire by dispatching the event here and here. Then Livewire replaces the temporary streaming message with a normal assistant message. So this is the whole flow. Now we will give any prompt to this AI agent, but firstly let's open the developer console, and we have some unexpected token error. So here instead of start with, this should be starts with, right? There is some typo mistake, and in Alpine.js we will have to remove this semicolon here. Okay, this is a streaming text, and let's check again. Yeah, this is done. Now next, based on this, we have to update our message rendering so that it will update that message immediately when it will start streaming. So we will have to add one condition here while streaming that. So in this message loop, we are getting one key as streaming, right? This one. So based on that only, we have to update in the UI side. So here, previously we added this loading condition, right? Now here we have to use that streaming condition. So we are inside this for each loop. So in this message itself, we will get that streaming key. So what I will do, I will check if message has this key as streaming. By default, I will set it false. Then I will render one text. So I will use a span element and I will render that using Alpine.js. And here we have to use that variable which we defined in the Alpine.js as a streaming text, because here we are getting the final response, right? This one. So let's render that here in the streaming state. So I will pass a streaming text here and related to class. Let's update the class like white space pre-wrap, and let's close this span. And in the else part, again we have to render this content. So we already used this entire classes, so better I will cut these classes from here and I will change this to span. And just above this if else condition, I will create one parent div as a wrapper and I will paste those all classes in this. And here I will close that div so that it will be applicable for these two spans, for streaming and for the main content as well. Okay, so this is done. Now let's jump back to the browser and we will give a basic prompt like what is Laravel 13. I will hit enter and now let's wait for a response. So yes, we are getting the response in the streaming chunk format. So this issue has been resolved properly. Let's clear this conversation and I will give a new prompt like what is queue in Laravel in sort. Let's wait. And yes, this is giving the response in the chunk in the streaming format. So this is done. Now based on this streaming state, we can disable this send button and this input field as well, so that we can enhance in upcoming episodes. And also we can work on this suggested chip. So by clicking on these, any of the chip, that message should be appended here. And that's it for this episode. Now LaraChat no longer waits for the full AI response. We upgraded the app from a normal request response chatbot into a real-time streaming AI chat experience. In this episode, we created a stream controller, added a streaming route, used Laravel AI SDK stream method, handled text delta events, sent chunks with server sent events, and used Alpine to update the assistant message live in the browser. Now the app finally starts to feel like ChatGPT and our demo application, but there is still one problem. The AI response is still plain text, right? So if Gemini returns headings, lists, or code blocks, we are not rendering them properly yet. So in the upcoming episodes, we will have to fix that as well. We will make our LaraChat application much more polished by adding Markdown rendering, syntax highlighting, and copy buttons for code blocks as well. So that is where the chat response will start looking like a real developer-focused AI assistant. Now let's improve the streaming UX of LaraChat application. So firstly, I will show you the quick demo. So I will give a quick prompt like what is database seeder in Laravel. Now I will hit enter and you can see when this request is processing, this input field is still active and also this send button. So in between, when the first prompt is being processed by this AI, still we can give another prompt like this. Okay, and when the first response is rendered successfully, it should scroll to that latest message just like this. But it was active on this section itself. And when I given this first prompt, this should show some response indicator while this response is started coming in the chunk. So overall, the streaming logic is working properly. So we are not touching the backend logic today. Today we are only improving the front-end experience around that stream. So firstly, I will start disabling this input field and this send button. So I will quickly jump to the code editor. And here we have this chat box component. I will scroll down to text field. Here we have this input text. We have this text area, right? So here on this text area, I will apply disable property. So for applying the disable property, either we can use Laravel syntax like double curly bracket for applying any condition in the blade file, right? Else we can use Alpine.js because we are using Livewire, right? So we have flexibility to use Alpine.js. So I will use :disabled property, and in this I will use our variable which we defined as a public, right? So we already defined public boolean loading and we initialized it with false, and this is becoming true when we send any prompt. So here we will be getting this value as true. So based on that, I will apply condition here. So I will be using $wire property using Alpine.js. So we can use this conditional rendering in Alpine.js like this. So this will check if we have loading, then this will make it disabled. Next, I will apply same disable property on this send button also. So here again I will use disabled property, and for disabling this button, I will check this input field text length. So let's say if this input field text length is empty, then this button should be disabled. This button will be enabled only when we will type something in this. So let's add that condition here. So for this input field, we have bound with this input variable as we defined in public property in Livewire, right? So I will check with this by using if not $wire.input.trim. If it is empty, I will use loading state as well. All right. So either if input field length is empty or either loading state is there, in both cases this button will be disabled. And for enhancing the UI, I will apply one more class on this parent div because this is the wrapper for input and this send button, this entire section, right? This one, this hoverable indigo border. So I will set this class based on the loading state. So after this existing class, again I will use class property which will be applied dynamically based on the condition. So here I will use opacity 60 so that this will display as a faded. Pointer events none. I will disable that, and this will be applied on loading state only. So I will use wire.loading. Let's save it. This is done. And in this button for disabled, we already added the class as not allowed. So yeah, this will work correctly. Now let's enhance one more thing for fixing this height of this input text area. So I will apply one dynamic property using Alpine.js based on input. So on input, I will set the element height to auto. So I will use this property auto here, and element height to scrollable height. So I will use element.style.height equals, and I will use math.min function. In this, I will pass element dot scroll height, and I will set the default to 144, and let's add this in the px, just like this. Okay, this is done. Now let's navigate back to the browser. I will refresh it, and again I will give a prompt like what is service provider in Laravel. Let's hit enter, and let's wait for a couple of seconds. And yeah, now we can see by default this button is disabled, right? We are not able to click it, and currently this is active. Now when I will try to send any prompt again, like explain facades in Laravel. Now when I will hit enter, we can see this cursor event is none, and I was not able to type anything. Now when this response got completed, yes, I'm able to click this. Let's retry once. I will give one more prompt like implement queue in Laravel. I will hit enter, and now we can see I'm trying to click, but this is disabled. And once the response has been processed, we can see we are able to click it properly. Now next we will be adding one thinking indicator. So let's say when we give in any prompt, this was showing some empty placeholder, right? Let's check again. I will give the same prompt, and firstly let me scroll to bottom side to the latest message first. And when I give in the same prompt, you can see this is showing some empty placeholder. So instead of this, I will be adding one indicator before first chunk arrives. So let's jump back to the code editor. So for showing the streaming indicator, I will scroll down to Alpine.js side, and here I will define one more variable. Let's say has started streaming, and I will initialize it with false. And also we'll have to reset it when this streaming will be started. So we have this function start stream, right? Inside this also we'll have to reset it. So I will use this dot has started streaming to false, and this should be equals. So we have reset this variable here, and we have to make it true when the first chunk arrives. So I will scroll down, and we have parsed content, right? Here we are getting the parsed content. So when we will get the parsed content, here we'll have to set this to true. Now we will have to use this variable while rendering the message. So this will display for a streaming indicator. So here we added one condition in order to check whether a streaming is true or false, right? So previously we used a span element, and here we displayed the streaming text. So before this, I will use Alpine template. So I will use template just like this. And inside this, I will add one indicator like placeholder message. So I will use a span, and I will add one message. Lara chat is thinking, and I will style it a span. So I will add some class text jink 400, and I want to display this template conditionally if the started streaming is true. So I will use Alpine if syntax, and I will check if not has started streaming, the same variable which we defined here in the bottom side in the Alpine state, right? Initially it is false, and on started streaming we are setting this to true. So based on this, here we rendered indicator. So this is a streaming indicator basically, And for this span, I will use show property. So this will visible if we have has started streaming. Okay, this is done. Now let's jump to the browser. And again, I will give one prompt. Explain routing in Laravel. And now we can see we are getting one typing indicator, which was a streaming indicator basically. So this is also resolved. This will display one streaming indicator until we get the final response. Again, if we'll check what is web route, and we can see this is showing one indicator, and now we got the final response. Now still we need to scroll to the latest message manually, right? Let's say again I'm typing what is API route. Now we are not able to see until we scroll it manually, right? So let's fix this also. When we will send any prompt, this should scroll down to the latest message automatically like this. So for auto scroll, let's add this functionality. So let's scroll to the parent div. This is our whole wrapper, right? So only this message should be scrolled, not the bottom area like input and button. So we have to scroll this entire div. So here I will use Alpine property as ref for reference, and I will give some ID like message container. And also I will define ID attribute like messages. And next we have to handle this for scrolling to this section. So I will navigate back to this Alpine.js section. And when this streaming has started, we got this response here, streaming completed. And before this, like when this streaming has been parsed, here we have to scroll to that. So I will use this dot next tick function. This will be one callback function. Inside this, I will use this dot refs because we have defined the ID as message container dot scroll top, and we have to scroll to the message container height. So I will use this dot refs dot message container dot scroll height. This is done. So this will auto scroll to latest message or response. Now let's navigate to the browser, and again I will give one more prompt. How many routes are available in Laravel? Now this is thinking, and you can see this scrolled to the latest message. Now if we'll give another prompt, what is service container? And now you can see this has a scroll to the latest message. So this is working properly. So this is done, and that's it. In this episode, we did not change the AI backend or the streaming controller. Instead, we improved the user experience around streaming. Now, when Laravel chat is responding, the input is disabled, the send button is disabled. The user gets a clear thinking indicator before the first chunk arrives, and the chat automatically scrolls to the latest streamed response. These small details make a huge difference in how modern the app feels. Right now, the AI response is still plain text, right? So in the upcoming episodes, we will improve the response rendering. We will add Markdown support, so headings, lists, bold text, and formatted AI answers render properly inside this Laravel chat application. After that, we will improve code blocks with syntax highlighting and copy buttons. So in this episode, we are going to add Markdown rendering to Laravel chat, and for this we will use Marked.js to convert Markdown into HTML, DOM Purify to sanitize the generated HTML, and then render the formatted response inside our Livewire and Alpine Chat UI. So by the end of this episode, LaraChat responses will start looking much cleaner and much closer to ChatGPT and as per our demo application. Now let's make LaraChat responses like much better. So before that, I will just show you a quick demo which I implemented this, and I want the response like in the same way. So quickly I will show you the demo. Write a PHP function to implement recursion. Let's hit enter and let's wait for a couple of seconds. So yes, we can see we have some formatted response. Here these texts are in bold, right? Even this code snippet is formatted, and we have this proper codes and everything, right? But in our current implementation, if I will give the same prompt, so I will simply copy this prompt from here. I will jump to this application, and if I will hit enter, this is thinking now. And yes, we got the response, but if you notice, here, this response is not in the formatted order. So we have to prettify this similar to this one. In our current application, this is not properly readable due to unformatted response. So here Gemini is returning Markdown style text, but our UI is showing it mostly as a plain text. The headings do not look like headings. The bullet points are not nicely formatted, right? And if the response contains bold text or code formatting, it does not feel polished. So the AI is giving us a structured content, but our front end is not rendering that structure properly. So to fix this, we need a Markdown parser so that we can parse this entire response in order to make it formatted. So before writing code, let's quickly understand what Markdown is. So I will quickly jump to the official documentation of Markdown.js. Here we have this GitHub repository. So I will quickly jump to this marked documentation, which is the official documentation of this. So Markdown is a simple text format used to write a structured content, and this is built for speed. This is a low-level Markdown compiler for parsing Markdown without caching or blocking for long periods of time. Okay, so this is basically a lightweight library which will be used to parse the Markdown text. So the AI models usually return formatted answers using Markdown because it is simple, readable, and easy to convert into HTML. So our job is simple. We need to convert the AI Markdown response into HTML and render that HTML inside the chat bubble. Now, why we need DOM Purify? So in the beginning we discussed we will use DOM Purify also. So why will need that? So there is one important security point. To render Markdown as HTML, we will use Alpine.js X HTML attribute, okay? And whenever we inject HTML into the page, we should be careful. So we will not directly render the raw HTML which will come through this AI response. Instead, we will first convert Markdown to HTML using this marked.js, and then we will sanitize that HTML using DOM Purify. So I will quickly jump to one more documentation and I will search for DOM Purify. So here we have this AI response. This is a lightning fast, highly reliable, and DOM only cross-site scripting handler. And we can say this is a sanitizer for HTML and these all. If we'll scroll down, here we have this DOM Purify official documentation. Let's check out this. We can download it here and we have this quick guide. So you can check out this documentation for better understanding. Okay, so we will be using this marked.js and DOM Purify both. So this DOM Purify removes unsafe HTML and helps protect our application from unwanted scripts or unsafe markup. So the flow will be like this AI will return the response in the markdown format. We will convert this by marked.js, and for the security or sanitization purpose, we will use this DOM purify. And then finally, we will render the response in this chat bubble. So firstly, we will add these libraries in our application. So better, I will just navigate back to the code editor, and we have this chat box component, and we called this component in the chat blade. If I will scroll down, here we rendered. And these all components are rendering in the parent layout. So we have one layout component, right? Inside resources, views, layouts, and this is our app blade in which all the Livewire components are being rendered. So inside this, we have this Livewire styles and Livewire scripts. So here itself, I will add those CDNs. As of now, I will add CDNs only. I'm not going to install it using npm. So let's jump to the documentation again, and I will search for the CDN. So I will search for marked.js CDN. And here we have this marked CDN. Let's copy this. So I will copy HTML from here. I will jump to the documentation, and I will add it in our layout blade. So this is chat box component, and this component is rendered inside this parent component, which is chat blade, right? Now these all components are rendering in views, layouts, app blade. This is our main layout, which is being used for rendering all the Livewire components. So inside this, we have this Vite for bundling this CSS and JS. And just above this, I will paste that script. This is marked.js CDN. And instead of version, I will remove this. I will keep this mark.main.js. Okay, so I will use this minified JS. This will work. And next, I will need DOM purify. So next I will search for DOM purify CDN. And again, I will copy it from here, copy HTML. And next I will paste it after this. I will keep it same. We have this 3.4.7. All right, this is done. This is DOM purify CDN. So for this episode, I'm just using CDN links to keep the setup simple. Later, if you want a fully bundled production setup, you can install these through npm and import them in your JavaScript file. But for learning and for this mini series, CDN is perfectly fine. So this is done. Now we will create one markdown helper so that we can render our response using that markdown. So if we'll check this marked documentation, after installation, we will have to pass our response with sanitization, just like this. So here in the uses, it is already highlighted as a warning. This marked.js does not sanitize the output HTML, meaning whatever response is coming through any AI or whatever you have, this will simply render that. So if you are processing potentially unsafe strings, like if you are not sure about the response, it is important to filter for possible cross-scripting attacks. So for that, this is recommending to use DOM purify to sanitize your response and to prevent from cross-scripting attack. Okay. So now we will create one common helper function so that we can parse that response properly. Okay. We can check it here. We have to use this parse function. So let's jump to the code editor back, and I will jump to this chat box component itself. Here we already used a script, right? So here before this alpine.data function, I will use markdown helper function. So here I will define one helper function. So I will make it global using window, and I will name it as render markdown. And I will create one function in which we will have to receive one parameter like text or a string, whatever you want to prefer. And next in the function, we will have to parse that text. So if we'll check the documentation, here we have marked.parse function, right? So let's copy it and I will paste it here, marked.parse function. And again, I will make it global. So I will use window.marked.parse function. And in this, I will pass that text. If it is there, then okay, else I will initialize it with empty string. Now I will capture this in a variable just like this. And further, we will have to return it by sanitizing it. So if we'll check here, we will have to use this DOM purify.sanitize, right? And in this, we'll have to pass it. So either we can make it single line. So what I will do here, I will copy this DOM purify.sanitize just like this. And we already have this window.marked.parse. We already passed this text here. Now from here itself, we can return it directly. Now here we are creating one global helper function. That's why we added window, right? And we have this function name as render markdown. So this receives the AI response in the function parameter as a text. Then we used mark.parse function, which converts the markdown text into HTML. After that, we applied DOM purify.sanitize so that this cleans the generated HTML. And finally, we have returned this safe HTML so that we can render it in Alpine.js. Now we will have to render this response. So I will copy this function render markdown and I will scroll to top where we are rendering the messages. So here we have this AI response, right? So this is for a streaming indicator. Here we don't have to do anything. This is the actual response, which is getting printed using this X text attribute using Alpine.js, and we used this streaming text variable. So previously we used this, right? Now here, instead of X text attribute, I will convert this to HTML, and here I will call that function render markdown. And I will pass this streaming text in this function as an argument. So previously here we used X text attribute. This is safe because it only renders plain text, but it cannot render headings. So if we'll jump to the official documentation of Alpine.js as well, if we'll check out, if we'll scroll down in the attributes, here we have this X HTML, okay? This will set the inner HTML of an element. So we use this because we want to render actual HTML generated from Markdown. But remember, we are not directly injecting raw AI output here. We are passing it through render Markdown function, which converts and sanitizes the response first. Now next, we have to convert this message also. Instead of rendering this directly using Laravel approach, again I will use XHTML, and again I will use this render markdown function. Okay, and inside this, I will pass this message content. But this is Alpine.js, right? And we are calling this JS function, and currently we have this PHP variable. So for this, I will convert this to JS and I will wrap this like this. And let's remove this message content. This is not needed here. Let's save it. So this will handle messages after a streaming is complete. During a streaming, we render a streaming text just like this, okay? And after streaming finishes, Livewire stores the final response inside the messages array. So that's why we rendered these messages here, okay, using for each. And here we used the same helper markdown function. And we used this JS directive, which will pass this PHP string into JavaScript safely. So we don't have to do anything for this thinking indicator. This will be remained same. So when the first chunk arrives, this has started streaming becomes true, and the thinking text disappears, which we already discussed in the last episode. Now let's navigate back to the browser in order to check this response. So here I will give the same prompt which we given earlier. I will copy it from here. I will paste it and I will hit enter. Now this is thinking. Let's wait. And yes, we can see we have this formatted response now. This text is bold, right? If you scroll down, again this is bold, right? This one. So now we cannot see the raw output here related to code snippet and even for normal string. So Markdown is rendering properly. Now we will have to style it in order to differentiate so that we will have some look and feel just like this. Okay. So I will navigate back to the code editor, and here just before this script, I will add the style. And in this style, I will define some classes. So I will use one common class like Markdown body. Okay. So I will style for main inputs, like we will have h1, we will have h2, h3. Okay. So for this, I will set font weight to 600, margin, let's say 0.75, rem 0, and I will set as 0.5 rem, color white. Okay. And for paragraph, I will add just like margin 0.5 rem from top bottom and left right 0. Next, I will set for listing like an order list and order list also. For this, I will set the same margin, and we can add some padding like left 1.25 rem. And next, for listing, I will use an order list style type just like disk. Okay. And for ordered list, I will use list a style type decimal, so that we will have number. And for bold, I will use for a strong font weight 600, color white. Okay. And for the code snippet, if we will have any code snippet, because in the response previously we saw we had one code snippet for recursion, but it didn't render like this. So for this, I will style this block for code formatting. So I will set background color as RGB, and I will pass the color code inside this. So I will use red as 39, green 39, and blue as 42, just like this. Padding, let's say from top bottom 0.1 rem, left right 0.3 rem. Border radius, so that we will have some rounded corner just like this. So I will use border radius 0.25 rem, and font size 0.85 rem. This is all. So this is not advanced styling yet. We are just only adding basic spacing for headings, paragraphs, list, bold text, and inline code block. Now next we have to call this class in our response where we have rendered that. So here I will pass one class in this. Previously we added white space pre-wrap. So I will remove that and I will use Markdown body. And here also, and I will use block, so that all the response will be rendered in the same line. Now I will navigate back to the browser. I will refresh it and I will give the same response. So I will copy it from here. I will paste it and I will hit enter. Now let's wait for the response. So we got the response, but for this code snippet, we are not able to differentiate that. So I will navigate back to the code editor and I will change the color to black. Okay. And now let's give the same response here. So I have pasted it. Now I'm just waiting for the response. Okay. So this has applied, but not in the full block. So if we'll inspect this and we will check the element. So this code block is coming inside pre-tag, right? So we will have to apply CSS on this pre-tag also. So that's why it is not applied correctly. So let's jump to the code back. And after this code, I will add CSS for pre-block, just like this. And I will apply background color, dark, some padding like 1 rem, border radius as 0.5 rem, margin 0.7 rem from top bottom and 0 from left right, overflow X, okay, as auto. And also inside pre we had code block, right? So I will add it for that also. So I will copy this block and I will add it here. Now inside this pre we have code block. So for this I will set background as transparent. Border radius I will set this to 0. Padding I will set as 0. I will set display just like block, and I will set white space pre. And for this normal code snippet, I will change this background color to RGB itself, like 39 and 42. We had this previously. Padding is correct, border radius is correct, font size is correct. Okay, let's save it and let's navigate back to the browser again, and let's try to give the same prompt again. Let's hit enter and let's wait for the response. And yes, now we have proper code formatting, right? We have code snippet, we have the response, right? So now it is formatted correctly. So now this looks much better. The headings are rendered properly, the bullet points are formatted, bold text is visible, right? And inline code looks separate from normal text. So LaraChat is no longer just showing raw AI text. It is rendering AI responses in a much more readable format. So one thing to notice here, the code blocks are still basics, right? If the AI returns a full PHP code block or even JavaScript code block, it may render, but it does not yet have syntax highlighting or a copy button here, just like we see in ChatGPT, right? So that is intentional. I don't want to make this episode too long. So in this episode, we are only solving Markdown rendering. In the next episode, we will focus only on code blocks, syntax highlighting, and copy buttons functionality. And also, we will cover this suggestion chips click functionality. Currently, we are not able to click it, right? And that's it. In this episode, we improved how LaraChat displays AI responses. Previously, Gemini was returning Markdown style answers, but our UI was showing them mostly as a plain text. Now we are using marked.js to convert Markdown into HTML, DOM Purify to sanitize the HTML, and Alpine's XHTML to render the formatted response inside the chat bubble component, right? So now our Lara chat can display headings, lists, bold text, paragraphs, and inline code in a much cleaner way. This makes the app feel much closer to a real ChatGPT style AI assistant, but we are not done yet. When the AI returns code blocks, we still need a better developer experience. So in the next episode, we will add syntax highlighting and a copy button for code blocks. That will make Lara chat much more useful for coding related answers. So currently there is no proper syntax highlighting, no language label, and no copy button. And if you are building a ChatGPT style app for developers, code blocks should be easy to read and easy to copy. So in this episode, we will improve AI generated code blocks. We will add syntax highlighting using highlight.js, customize the Markdown renderer, we'll show the programming language label, and we'll add a copy button for every code blocks. So by the end of this video, Lara chat code responses will look much closer to ChatGPT. But before that, let me quickly show you what we have built so far in this series. So I will give a prompt like implement middleware in Laravel 13. Now this is processing this request. And here we got this response, right? And this response is coming in a streaming format in chunks, okay? And automatically this is scrolling to the latest message. But here we can see the code block is not highlighted properly. It is not in readable format. So today we will apply highlight.js in this in order to highlight the code syntax. So firstly, I will navigate to the official documentation of highlight.js. And here we have very first link of this official documentation. Let's navigate to this. So this highlight.js is basically one JavaScript library for highlighting the syntax. And here this supports 192 languages. This provides 512 themes. This will detect automatic language, and this can work with any HTML markup. And we have this current release as 11.11.1. And the most important thing, this is trusted by Stack Overflow and Discord. Now we will see the uses. So if you are going to install through npm, we will have to install it using npm or yarn, whatever you prefer. And further, you will have to apply the highlighting based on this HL.js. This is basically the object of highlight.js. And if you want to use CDN, here we have this CDN.js, JS deliver, unpackage, and self-hosted. So I will go with JS deliver, and I will copy this CSS and JS here. Now let's copy these CDNs, and I will navigate back to the code editor. And for adding the CDN, I will add it in the master blade, which is layout basically. So we have this app blade in which previously we added marked.js and DOM purify CDN. So before marking, I will add those CDNs. This is highlight CSS and this is highlight JS. This is done. Now after adding these CDNs, we will have to render our markup, which is coming in the form of a stream, by applying the highlight.js. So if we'll scroll down, here in this script section, previously we rendered this response, which is coming in the form of a string, using this render markdown function by sanitizing it, right? So that's why we used DOM purify, this one. Now here we will have to update this function. So alongside sanitizing and markdown, we will apply highlighting as well. So if we'll jump to the official documentation again, here we have the uses. If you are not sure, simply scroll to top and let's click on uses. Okay, so in the uses, if you are using CDN, here we can use this pre-element with code. Okay, so basically we are going to highlight the code snippet only. So if I will give the same prompt again, implement middleware in Laravel 13. Now let's wait for the response. And currently we can say the other responses are properly marked because we used marked.js, right? But the code snippet is not highlighted properly. So we have to highlight the code snippet only. So if you'll open the developer console by inspecting it, and if we'll check out the DOM elements rendering, here, if we'll hover over on any block, we can see this is creating one code element which is wrapped in the pre-element, right? And this is rendering the language also, language as PHP, correct? So here we have to check one condition. If the response is code block only, then only we have to highlight that, right? So previously for parsing the response in the marked, we used mark.parse function, right? Now alone this parse won't work for syntax highlighting. So what we'll have to do, we will have to create one object of marked render. So I will use new marked.renderer function. So this function is available in the official documentation of mark.js. So I will search for marked.js, and here we have this documentation. In the uses, previously we used marked.parse function. In the left sidebar, we have this highlighting. Inside this, let's search for renderer. So we have this renderer option. So this is basically one object which will contain function to render tokens. So this token means response, and we can use this to render that in the form of HTML. So we will have to create one object like this, new renderer. So let's jump back to the code editor, and here we have used this renderer. Now I will make this global object. So I will use window.marked similar to this. Now I will capture this object in a variable like renderer. Okay. Now I will put console.log renderer, and I will jump to the application. Now here in the console, we can see we have this renderer, right? If we'll expand this, we have this renderer object. So inside this, if we'll check, we have this code object, right? So we have to check if renderer has code, then only we have to highlight that. So I will check for renderer.code, okay? And here I will create one function, and I will pass one parameter like token. Now from this renderer, I will extract the response. So I will use token.text is there, then okay, else I will initialize it with empty string just like this, and I will use replace function. So here marked.js gives us a token for every code block. From this token, we take the actual code using token.text. And then we will have to remove some extra blank lines from the top and bottom, which we already saw when we were rendering the response. So here I will pass \caret and \n for new line, or plus \n plus $/g, just like this, and which will have to replace with empty string. Now I will store in a variable just like code. Now from this, we will extract the code language as well. So I will use const language, and I will extract it using token.lang. And if it is not there, then I will use plain text, and let's trim it. So I will wrap this like this. Okay. Now for rendering the code block, we will use pre-element just like we saw here. Okay, this one. So let's copy it, and we will have to paste it. just like this, but this is JavaScript. So I will use backtick here, and in between this pre and code element, I will render that code. Okay, this one. And here we will have to return it just like this. Now after this, I will use window.marked.use because we will have to apply the changes. So we'll create one object and we'll have to render that renderer. So I will pass that renderer object and I will set breaks property to true so that it will break into new lines. And also I will use GFM GitHub flavor markdown to true. Okay. So here this breaks will break the line. Okay. And this will render into the GitHub format. And next we have this window render markdown function. So I will keep this same, but here we will have to add few things. So what I will do, firstly I will capture it in a variable like HTML, and I will use request animation frame function just like this. And inside this I will use document.querySelector all function, and here I will target one class as code block because that will create code block, and pre-syntax and code syntax as well that we already saw in the DOM element. And I will use for each function. I will iterate that all the blocks. Now inside this I will check one condition. If not, window.hljs, which is highlight.js, or block.dataset.highlighted. If it is not highlighted, then I will return it. Else I will highlight that. So I will use window.hljs.highlight syntax. So we'll use highlight element, and in this I will pass this block which is rendering inside this. And after rendering that, I will return the HTML. So if we'll jump to the official documentation of this highlight.js, here we have docs. Let's navigate to this. And if we'll check this, how to use, in the basic uses, if we'll scroll down, here we have different function, highlight all. So this will highlight all the response. If we'll scroll down, here we have this highlight element and configure function for the custom usage, because we don't have to highlight all the response, only we have to target the particular element which is wrapped in the pre and code, right? So that we have to use this highlight element. So we have used this code because we have to highlight only code blocks manually, right? So you can check out this documentation from here. We have used this one. Now this is done. Let me refresh it. And this is saying async function. We have some syntax error. So we will have to close the semicolon. Now if we'll check, yes, this code resolved. So now let's try to give one prompt like implement caching in Laravel 13. Now this is processing this prompt, and yeah, we saw something related to highlight, but this is not highlighting completely this code block. So we will have to pass the classes inside this code block based on the language. So if we'll expand any code block here, currently this is HLJS default class. So if we'll check the highlight.js documentation, here we have language, right? So this language should be passed dynamic based on the code snippet. So that we can extract here using this language, we already extracted it, right? So after this HLJS, I will pass language dash, and I will pass that dynamic class. And after styling it, we will have to select the theme. So if I will navigate to the app blade, for the highlight CSS, we used default main.css, right? So in this itself, I will apply a different theme. So I will navigate to the highlight JS here, and I will jump to this GitHub link here. And in this, if we'll scroll down, here we will have readme CDN file. So if we'll check out, yes, related to CDN, I will navigate to this CDN MD file. And here we have different types of CDN based on the theme. So let's navigate to this link to access these files via CDN. Here we have a styles folder, right? If we'll navigate inside this, let me zoom in. So based on the different themes, we have different CSS CDN for that. So here, if we'll scroll down, here we have this atom 1 dark CSS, dark main.css. We will have this GitHub main.css. So you can apply any of these based on the highlighting. So as of now, I will select this atom 1 dark CSS, or we can use this minified version also. So I will copy this atom 1 dark main.css. I will jump to this app blade where we imported this CSS for CDN. I will remove this default main CSS and I will paste that atom 1 dark main.css. This is done. Now let's try to give another prompt here. Implement caching in Laravel 13, and let's wait for the response. So we will have to update this CSS, but before that, here if you have noticed, we used code block, pre and code classes, right? In this, so we will have to add these classes while rendering this element. So what I will do, here I will create one div as a parent div, and I will wrap this. And in this div itself, I will add those classes just like code block, and I will set some margin like 3, rounded excel, overflow as hidden, and I will set some border color, Jinx 700. And in this code block, I will apply some font as well. So I will use some classes just like block, display block, padding 4, text SM, and the color will be like Jinx 100, and font will be mono so that it will highlight the code properly, and the leading will be relaxed. And also for removing extra spaces from this code block, in the pre tag itself, I will apply some classes. So I will use no margin, okay, and rounded none, bg Jinx with 900, and overflow x auto. Now let's jump back to the browser and let's give the prompt. Generate a PHP function. And yes, now we can see our code block is highlighted properly, right? We used theme, and on that theme, this has applied the highlighting. So if you hover over on the block, now we have this code class, language as PHP, block, and this data highlighted is showing yes. Now in the same block, we applied the classes. Okay, so now we will style it properly here. So what I will do here, I will change the classes. Here we won't apply this pre-block directly. So I will target this class as code block, Inside that we have this, and I will remove these all classes. I will set margin 0, padding 0, and I will set some background color as 09090B, and overflow X will be like auto. And for the code block, I will target the code block pre-code. Okay. So in this, we have this background transparent, padding 0. So I will change this to 1 rem, border radius 0, display as block, and I will set line height as well 1.6, and we can use font size. So I will set 0.875 rem. Let's save it and let's jump to the browser and let's give another prompt. Create middleware in Laravel 13. And yes, we got the response here. Now our code block is highlighted properly, right? With proper spacings, with proper border and highlight, which is correct. Now next, I will display the language name as well. So in every code block, we will be able to identify for which language this code snippet has been generated. This should be Bash, this should be PHP, and also we will add one copy button here. So let's implement that. So here in this div itself, we rendered this code block. Before that only, I will display that language name. So I will create one more div as class with flex, items center, justify between, padding x 4, padding y as 2, background let's say Jink 800, border bottom, and the border color will be Jink 700. Now we'll close this div, and inside this I will use a span element for displaying the language. So I will use this language variable here, and I will style it by adding some classes. So I will use text extra small, text color Jink 400, font as mono. And next we will add one copy button. So I will use button, and in this I will label it as copy, and let's style it. So I will use class text extra small, text color as Jink 400, hover text white, padding x 2, padding y 1, rounded, and hover bg will be Jink 700, transition colors. And I can set the button type as button itself, and we can pass some data copy attribute, data copy code. Now this is JS block, so I will add click event dynamically on this button. Click, so better I will use it after this window render. Button, or we can set copy button click. So I will use document.add event listener, and I want to add click event on that, and I will make it async. So we'll capture the event here, and in this I will target that button using event.target.closest, and I will target that button attribute that we set as data copy code. So in this closest function, I will use that data copy code, and let's capture this in a variable as button. Now next, I will check if not button, means if button doesn't exist, then I will return it. Else I will find that code block within that button. So I will use button dot closest, and I will find it using class we have code block, right? And we will target it using query selector, and we have to find that code block particularly inside this code block, right? So we will find that code element and we'll get that inner text. If it is there, then okay, else I will initialize it with empty string and I will capture it in a variable as code. Now we have to copy it. So I will use navigator.clipboard because we have to copy the code block in the clipboard, and I will use write text function, and in this I will pass that code. Now we can make it await because we used async. So I will use await and I will use button dot inner text as copied, just in order to display the information whether the code has been copied. And we will have to reset this. So I will use set timeout function, and in this set timeout I will change that button text back to copy. So I will use button dot inner text as copy, and let's set the timeout 2000 millisecond. This is done. Now this will apply the on-click event dynamically on this added button. So this is done. Now let's refresh it and verify it by giving the prompt. So I will give create and use database seeder in Laravel 13. Now let's wait for the response. And yes, the response has been completed. Let me close the developer console. It auto scroll to the response. Now if we'll scroll to top, yep, here we have this language and copy button, right? If we'll scroll down, we have this PHP language, correct? This is bash because this would be running in the terminal only, correct? We have this copy button as well. So if we'll click on copy, yes, this text got copied. If we'll try to paste here, yep, that text got copied from that block. From here itself, yes. So we are able to copy and paste it, and our syntax got highlighted from this code block after getting the response from AI. Now next we will be working on the suggestion click. So if I will clear this conversation, here we have this suggestion chip, right? Currently this is not clickable. So what I want to click on this, and the selected suggestion text should be added in this prompt. So let's add it. So in the chat box component itself, if we'll scroll to top, here we have the suggestion chips, right? So we have this button, and in this button click, we will have to set that particular clicked value in our variable, which we defined as public string. So this is basically our state variable. And if we'll set that in this input variable, this will be reflected automatically in the prompt input text because that has bound here with this wire model directive in the text area. So it will auto populate here. So let's set it using this button click event. So I will use wire click directive because this is Livewire syntax, okay? And I will use alpine set function in order to set the value from the button click. So firstly, I will get that variable name as input, and here I will set that value suggestion. So we already rendered suggestion here, correct? So I will pass $suggestion. This is done. Let's verify it. Let me refresh. Now I will select write a PHP function by clicking on this. We can see this text appeared here. Similarly, if we'll click on tell me a fun fact, yep. If we'll hit enter, now this is processing that prompt. So this given one fun fact. So that's it for this episode. In this episode, we made LaraChat much better for developer-focused AI response. Previously, Markdown was working, but code blocks still looked basic. Now every AI-generated code blocks has a custom design, right? Also, we have this language label, syntax highlighting, and a copy button as well. This makes LaraChat feel much closer to a real ChatGPT style coding assistant. In the next episode, we will move from response formatting to conversation behavior. Right now, LaraChat can stream and display responses beautifully here on a screen, right? But we still need to improve how conversations are remembered and continued. Because currently, if we'll refresh this page, that conversation gone. So we are not able to continue any of the conversation and we are not able to resume that, right? So next we will start working with conversation IDs and make LaraChat continue to the same chat context. And before we add chat memory, I want to quickly fix two small issues from the previous episode. These are not huge features, but they make the app more stable. So firstly, when the AI returns PHP, Blade or HTML code inside a code block, highlight.js may warn about unskipped HTML. So if we'll navigate to JavaScript section in this chat box Blade component, here we rendered this code block, right? So sometimes this code block may return some warning in the console because of some special characters or symbols. So we will have to escape those characters before rendering this in the code block, right? This is the first thing. And second, when the AI responses contains markdown or large code blocks, sometimes auto scroll does not reach the exact bottom. So let's clean up both before adding conversation memory. So firstly, in order to fix this special characters rendering in this code block, I will quickly add one function here at the top. Let's say escape HTML. And inside this function, we will have to capture that code which will be coming in the string format, right? So let's say I will name it as text. Now here we will have to return that text by replacing the special characters or symbols using the HTML block. So I will use return statement and we have to return this. So firstly I will use replace function, and in this I will replace the ampersand with @amp, which is the correct HTML code for ampersand, right? Also I will concat few more replace statement. So I will add less than symbol and I will use LT just like this, right? And also for greater than. So for greater than we have ampersand GT, correct? And also we have quotation, right? Single quote and double quote. So firstly we'll add double quote, and for double quote we have ampersand quote. For single quote we have just like this, and I will use HTML code ampersand hash 039. So this is done. So I have created one function. Let me save it so that it will be formatted. Now I will copy this function and I will call this function here escape HTML, and I will pass this code block inside this function as an argument, right? So this is done. Now this helper function will escape special HTML characters. For example, if the AI returns a Blade or PHP code snippet with angular brackets, we don't want the browser to treat that as a real HTML, right? so that it will render that in the proper format. We want to display it as a code. So this function converts special characters like greater than, less than, quotes, and ampersand into safe HTML entities. Now instead of injecting this raw code directly inside the code block, we pass it through escape HTML function first. So this will keep the code safe and avoids highlight.js warning about unescaped HTML. So this is a small fix, but it is important when rendering AI generated code. Now we will jump to the next enhancement. So if we'll scroll down, after rendering the streamed response, here we used auto scroll feature, right? So for this, I will create one function here, let's say within Alpine only. I will create one function like a scroll to bottom. And inside this function, I will be using the same block. So I will copy it and I will paste it first. Now inside this, I will have to update. So here I will define one variable, let's say container. And inside this container, I will capture this message container. And next I will use container dot scroll top, and I will assign container dot scroll height. And next I will use request animation frame function. So I will use request animation frame function, and inside this I will use container dot scroll top, and I will use container dot scroll height again, and this will be small c for container. And let's remove this and let's end with this semicolon. Okay, this is done. Now let's copy this function, and here I will remove this. I will call that function with this dot scroll to bottom. So this is done. Now next we will be working on the conversation memory problem that we already saw here. So currently our UI looks like a conversation. We have user messages and assistant messages as well, right? But from the AI side, we still need to make sure Laravel AI SDK continues the same conversation. Let's test the current behavior again. So again, I will give the prompt. My name is Umesh, right? So this returned, okay, your name is this. Now again, if I will ask, can you confirm with my name? Now this said, I'm LaraChat, your smart and friendly AI assistant built with Laravel 13 and Google. How can I help you today? If I will ask what is my name, again this said, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. So if the AI does not answer correctly, that means every request is being treated like a separate conversation. And this is not remembering the previous conversation happened in this, right? So to fix this, we need to use Laravel AI SDK conversations. And the idea is very simple. When the first message is sent, Laravel AI SDK creates a conversation. And that conversation has an ID. And we will send that ID back to the browser. Then when the user sends the next message, just like we asked again, what is my name? That time we will send the same conversation ID back to Laravel. Then Laravel AI SDK will use that ID to load the previous messages and continue the same context. So the flow will be like, first message goes to Laravel. Laravel creates a conversation. Laravel returns conversation ID, and then in the front end using Alpine.js, we will store that ID. Then further, next message sends the same ID back to Laravel. Then Laravel will continue that conversation. I hope this flow is clear. So you can think of conversation ID like a chat thread ID. Okay. So without it, every message is a phrase chat, and with it, Laravel knows which chat thread to continue. So let's fix this. So firstly, I will jump to the code editor and I will jump to this agent that we created, right? If you remember, inside this app AI agents folder, we have one chat agent which we created in the first episode. So in this, we already have this instructions function, and we already given one instruction as a prompt, right? We have this messages function which is empty and tools which is empty again. So in this class chat agent, which is implementing agents contract, conversational contracts, and has tools contract. Here I will import one more trait as remember conversations. This has imported from AI concerns. For more information, let's jump to the official documentation of Laravel AI SDK. And here, if we'll scroll down, here we have conversation context. And if we'll scroll down, here we have remembering conversations. So before using the remembers conversation trait, you should publish and run the AI SDK migrations using vendor publish. So we already did this in the first episode itself, right? Now we can use this remembers conversation trait. So we already imported this trait here, right? Now let's follow the next step. So when using this conversation trait, do not manually define a messages method in your agent class. If a messages method is present, it will take precedence over the traits implementation, and conversation history will not be loaded from the database. So this is suggesting to remove this messages function, because this will override the conversation and it will always return an empty array. So we have to remove this. So for conversation memory, the important parts are conversational and remembers conversations. Conversational tells the SDK that this agent supports conversations, and this remembers conversation gives the agent the ability to load previous messages from the conversation store. So here, as per the documentation, we saw if we keep this messages method, which will always returns an empty array, then the SDK cannot load previous conversation messages. So for this episode, make sure we are not overriding messages with empty array. We want the messages method from remembers conversations to handle this. So if this method stays here, the UI may look like a chat, but AI context will not continue correctly. So this is done. Now next, we will jump to this stream controller. So from this stream controller, we have this invoke function, correct? In this, I will receive conversation ID, which will be sent from the front end side. So I will receive it as conversation ID and I will validate it. So it won't come first time. So that's why I have added nullable, which is optional validation. And if it is coming, it should be string. Now the frontend can optionally send a conversation ID, which we have received here. For the first message, this will be null always. For the next messages, Alpine will send the ID returned by Laravel. So from here, we will have to return that ID as well, so that in the next conversation, we can send it from the front-end side back to Laravel. So next we have to receive this conversation ID. So I will define one variable conversation ID, and I will use request input function similar to this, and I have received conversation ID here. Now we have to pass this conversation ID here in this use function, and next we have to check if we have conversation ID, then we have to continue that same conversation, else it will start a fresh conversation. So let's check out the documentation again. If we'll scroll down, here we have this continue an existing conversation, and for this we will have to use this continue method. So we will have to add this method here. Okay. So what I will do, I will create one guest ID. So I will use participant, and I will create one array like ID, and we have field like guest. And instead of array, I will convert this in object. Now, next I will check if we have conversation ID, then we have to continue that. So I will use agent continue function, just like we saw here, this function. And in this, we have to pass that conversation ID and participant like user. Okay, so currently we don't have authenticated user data, right? So that's why I have created one participant here, like who is using that. Else, if you don't have conversation ID, it should start a phrase conversation similar to that. So I will use agent, and we have for user function. So if we'll scroll down, here we have to start a new conversation for a user, call the for user method before prompting. So we can use this for user function here. This will create a phrase conversation. And again, I will pass the same participant just to identify which user has started this conversation, because currently we don't have the authentication implemented. So this is done. Now sometimes if AI will take some extra time to respond to the prompt, and if it will throw timeout error, then we can exceed the timeout here. So I will change this to timeout as 120 seconds. This is for safe side only. And next, we have to return this conversation ID in the response itself. So after this for each, when the stream has completed, I will use a stream then function. So if we'll jump to the documentation again, and let's search for then function. Here we have streaming, right? So in a streaming, the then method may be used to provide a closure that will be invoked when the entire response has been streamed to the client, right? So in our case, when the entire streaming has been completed, we will have to return that ID with the conversation. So here I will use this then function, and in this we'll capture the response. Okay, this is a callback, and inside this I will return that conversation ID. So I will use the same pattern, JSON encode, and here I will return conversation ID like this, and we will have to get the current conversation from the streaming response. So we will get that from response conversation ID. If you want to add logger here in order to check whether are we getting that conversation ID or not, then let me add log debug function, and I will use message like AI stream conversation returned, and I will keep one array with key conversation ID, and I will print that here. And again, we will have to use ob flush and flush function after this. Okay, this is done. Now if we want, we can display the conversation ID here. So better, after reading it, here we can add one more log. So I will copy it from here and I will paste it here. Now in this, I will pass this conversation ID which we received from the front end side. Now we have to receive this conversation ID in the front end. Okay. So here in this chat box component itself, we have this Alpine data chat stream, right? So here I will define one variable as conversation ID, and I will initialize it with null. So this variable will store the current conversation ID in the browser. For the first message, it will be always null. After Laravel returns the ID from this streamed conversation, we will store it here in this variable. After storing it, we will have to send it to the Laravel. So we already passed the message here to this backend API, right? So similar to this, I will pass conversation ID, and we have this variable conversation ID. So I have kept the same key which we have received here for adding the validation in the backend side, right? Because here we are making one API call for the streaming, right? So here I have kept the same key conversation ID, and here we will have to use this dot conversation ID. Now every request sends the current conversation ID. If this is the first message, it sends null here because we have initialized it with null. If this is a follow-up message, it sends the real conversation ID. Now we have to store the conversation ID from backend, which we returned from here, right? If we'll scroll down, here we received the response, right? So this was the parsed data in the JSON, correct? So here I will add one condition. If parsed dot conversation ID, because from here we are returning conversation ID separately in the data. Previously we were returning content only. Now we are returning one more data as conversation ID. So here previously we captured parse.content, and now we have to capture this conversation ID. So I will check if we have conversation ID, then I will store this conversation ID to our variable which we defined at the top, this one, conversation ID. So I will assign this dot conversation ID is equals to parsed dot conversation ID, and I will keep on console log in order to check are we getting that conversation ID from backend. So I will use conversation ID and I will print this dot conversation ID from that variable. So when the backend sends conversation ID from this controller response, we stored it here in the Alpine.js. The console log helps us verify what the ID is actually being saved. Now I will put one more console before sending the conversation ID to the Laravel backend side. So here we were sending that conversation ID, correct? Now before fetch function, I will put one console here. Let's say at the top, console.log sending conversation ID, and again I will use this dot conversation ID. This is done. So this will help us confirm the flow. First request should show null here. Second request should show the stored conversation ID, which will be captured here from the parsed conversation ID. Capture. Okay. Now let's check the flow first. So I will jump to the application again. I will open the developer console. Okay. And also let me clear the Laravel log file. So let me clear this log. Okay. This is empty now. Now I will give one prompt like my name is Umesh. And here the sending conversation ID is null first time. This is thinking now. And this has returned nice to meet you. Okay. And again this returned something went wrong. So there is some issue, I think. Okay. In the log, we have this conversation ID null first time, and this returned some undefined property conversation ID in line number 53 in a stream controller. So let's check this. Okay, here this is not getting that conversation ID from this response. So what I will do, I will print this entire response as of now, just in order to check, and I will comment this line. I will jump to this log file. Let me clear it. And again, I will give the same prompt. My name is Umesh. Conversation ID is null. Now if I'll jump to the code editor, yeah, in the log, we got this response. So this is a streamed agent response. We are getting that response here. Now in order to extract the conversation ID, let's check out the correct property from official documentation. So here we have this conversation ID. Okay, so we don't have to use underscore. we had used underscore here, right? So instead we have to use conversation ID just like this. Response conversation ID. Conversation ID. This is response conversation ID. Correct? This is done. Now let's move to the application again. Let's refresh. Let's give the same prompt. Hey, my name is Umesh. And first time this conversation is null. All right. And now we can see we have one more console stored conversation ID, and this has written something ID. If we'll navigate to the log file again, yep. Now in the next prompt, the first time the conversation ID was null, and this has response conversation ID. We have some string generated ID. If we'll check the network response, we had this stream API call, correct? In this, we have this conversation ID returned from the backend using this event stream. So now we have the conversation ID. Now again, if I will give another prompt, like if I will ask, what is my name? Now you can see here, this has returned the correct response. Your name is Umesh. Because previously I told this AI agent, my name is Umesh, and then it remembered the previous conversation or message. And when I asked, it immediately responded that. So now we can see again in the second prompt, we sent this conversation ID, right? The same conversation ID which was returned in the previous response. Now next, this has used the same conversation ID to continue the same conversation, meaning in the same thread. Now we can continue the conversation here. Again, I will ask, could you confirm with my name? And yes, again it returned, yes, I confirm, your name is Umesh. So now we can see this is remembering the conversation from this entire previous messages, right? We have this conversation ID here. And in every network call, meaning in every prompt, this is remembering the conversation. And also if you check the payload, here we are sending that conversation ID. So that based on this conversation ID, this is remembering like we have to continue the same chat thread. So this is done. Now if I will clear this entire conversation, I have cleared this conversation, right? Let me clear the console and network also. If I will give the same prompt, hey, what is my name? Now again, we can see this is sending the same conversation ID, right? And if we'll check the network, here this sent this same conversation ID which was stored in the front end side. We have to reset this conversation ID as well. So we have one clear chat function added at the top. We have one button, clear chat. Yeah, this one. So here I will dispatch one event in order to reset the conversation ID variable which is defined in the Alpine.js, right? Because that is not a part of Livewire, so we can't clear this JavaScript variable from Livewire. So for this, we will have to dispatch one event from this clear chat function. So I will use dispatch event to clear conversation ID. So I will use $this dispatch, and I will give one event name conversation reset. So when we will click on this clear chat button, we should also reset the conversation ID. Otherwise the UI becomes empty, but the AI still continues the old conversation in the background. Okay. Now we have to capture this event, meaning we have to listen it. So in the Alpine.js side here, within Alpine section, so here in this init function, I will use this dot $wire dot on conversation reset, and I will reset that. So I will set this conversation ID variable to null and streaming text null. So we'll make it empty string, and we have one flag has started streaming. I will set this to false. This is done. Here we are listening event. So this is done. Now let's refresh it. I will give one more prompt. My channel name is programmingfields, and this is processing this request. First time conversation ID is null. Let's wait for the response. And yes, this has returned, nice to meet you, programmingfields. That is a great name for technical channel. Now again, if I will ask, what is my channel name? Now here, this conversation ID got generated again, right? And this time, this sent this conversation ID, and this has returned that response based on this. Now let's check this clear functionality. So I will click on clear button. This entire conversation got cleared. Let me refresh this console. Now again, I will ask, what is my channel name? If I will hit enter, now we don't have any conversation ID here. So this won't continue the previous conversation. Instead, this has started a fresh conversation here. And you can see this has written, I don't have access to your personal account details. So this is not able to remember the previous conversation, which already got cleared, right? So here, this has not any track of that now. So this is done. Now you might be wondering like how this is working. So behind the scenes, Laravel AI SDK stores this entire conversation in the database. How? So if you remembered, when we installed this Laravel AI SDK package, this has created 2 migrations. So if we'll jump to the database, migrations, here we have one migration for creating 2 tables, agent conversations and agent conversation messages, correct? So using this migration, this has created 2 tables in the database. So if we'll jump to the database.sqlite, in the database, we have 2 tables, agent conversations and agent conversation messages. So let's check this. So here we have this conversation ID, correct? Which was received from AI response, correct? We have this user ID, which we set here as guest. Okay. So this is storing that here in this key. We have this title. So this is generating some title based on the given prompt. Like this is introduction of Umesh, nice to meet, programmingfields, and identify my channel name, correct? We have created at and updated at time. Now if we'll check the next table, we have conversation messages table. So here in this, we have all the conversation history. This is the child table of the agent conversations table. So here we have the primary ID of that conversation ID, correct? We have few columns like conversation ID, user ID, and we have this agent. So we have used one single agent as chat agent, right? If you want to create multiple agents, that will be tracked here in this agent column. And here we have role column in which we can see we have 2 types of values stored, user and assistant. So the user is defining this prompt is given by me. Like firstly, I given one prompt like my name is Umesh. So this is tracked with user. Now the AI response has been tracked in the assistant, right? So this assistant response is returned by AI. We don't have any attachment set, so it is empty. Tool calls, nothing. Tool results, nothing. Okay. And here we have uses as well, like how many tokens it has used. So this is prompt tokens and completion tokens. If we'll check out the uses, we have these object data. We have completion tokens 30, prompt tokens 67, cache write inputs. okay, and reasoning tokens, which is like thinking tokens. Now in the meta information, we have the model which we have used for this AI agent, which is Gemini 3 Flash Preview. This provider is Gemini, and we have this timestamp columns. Correct? So now behind the scenes, the Laravel AI SDK stores this conversation in the database. It uses tables like agent conversations and agent conversation messages. We are not building the history sidebar today. In a future episode, we will use these stored conversations history to build a real ChatGPT style. So we will render those here titles in the sidebar, and by clicking on that, we will navigate to that conversation and we will continue giving the prompt with that. And that's it for the today episode. In this episode, we added real conversation memory to LaraChat. Now, LaraChat does not treat every message like a phrase prompt. It can continue the same conversation using Laravel AI SDK conversations. We fixed two small issues as well from the previous episode by escaping code block, HTML safety, and improved auto scroll functionality. Then we added this conversation ID support, returned the ID from this backend, stored it in the Alpine, sent it with next request, and reset it when the chat is cleared. So now LaraChat can understand follow-up questions like my name is this. Now if you prompt again what is my name, then this will remember that previous message, and based on that itself it will respond. So this is a big step because the app is no longer just a streaming AI response UI. It is now becoming a real conversational AI application. So in the next episode, we will take this further. The conversations are now stored, but we still don't have a proper UI to see old chats, switch between conversations, or manage chat history. So next, we will start building the ChatGPT style conversation sidebar. Now let's continue building LaraChat application. So before writing any code, let me show you the current application. So right now, when we send a prompt, just like I will select a suggestion chip here, what is Laravel 13, and if I will hit enter, now let's wait for the response. So here Laravel AI SDK stores the conversation inside the database. So if we'll navigate back to the database agent conversations table, here we can see we have a new entry created today. And related to this, we have conversation detailed entry in this conversation messages table. We have this user conversation, whatever we have given as a prompt, and this is AI response. So these two tables store the entire conversation. In the previous episode, we already connected the conversation ID. So here, if you see, we have this conversation ID, right? Which is storing in a format of a string. So in the previous episode, we already connected this conversation ID, so our current chat can continue properly. So if I will navigate back to the application, and if I'll refresh it, and I will give a new prompt like my name is Umesh, okay? And this returned, hello Umesh, it is a pleasure to meet you. So this remembered my name. Now again, if I will ask what is my name, could you please tell me? And if I will hit enter, and yes, it returned your name is Umesh because I already told to AI my name is this. Alright, so this is remembering the previous conversation in the same chat thread. But the sidebar still does not read from this table, right? So we will have to render these conversation title and we will have to display it here in the sidebar. So initially we can put sidebar logic directly inside the main chat page component. So if I will navigate to this chat blade, this is our main component which is containing sidebar and this chat box. But if the sidebar and chat box are inside the same Livewire component, then whenever we will refresh the sidebar, the parent component can re-render and the chat box state may reset. That means after getting the AI response, the sidebar updates, but the chat messages disappear and the welcome screen come back. Okay. So the better approach is to split the UI into two separate Livewire components. So I will create a separate component for this sidebar message, which is sidebar conversation, and I will render that component here. So I will quickly jump to the terminal, and here I will create a new Livewire component using PHP addition make Livewire, and I will give the component name, let's say conversation sidebar. Let me increase this width and I will hit enter. So yeah, we have a new Livewire component created. Now if we'll check, yeah, inside components, we have this conversation sidebar. So now I will separate this sidebar layout from here. I will cut it and I will move it inside this sidebar conversation. Yes, I have pasted that. Now I will render that component here. So firstly, I will give one comment sidebar component and I will call it using Livewire colon conversation sidebar. Okay. Now I will jump to the browser and yes, we can see our sidebar component is rendering correctly. If I will comment it, now we can't see this sidebar layout. Let's uncomment it. So yes, we created a separate component for this. Now our this chat blade component is cleaned and this will only works like a layout. Okay. The sidebar is handled by this conversation sidebar component and we have a separate Livewire chat box component. So this will handle the chat area. And I'm adding a stable key to a chat box so Livewire can keep this component stable during updates. So here I will add key attribute and I will give a key just like main chat box. Okay. This could be anything. Now we will be working on loading the existing conversation from the database. So we will be working on this conversation sidebar component. So firstly, we will have to fetch the existing conversation from the database. So we have these two tables, right? Conversation and conversation messages. So for that, firstly, we'll have to define few states in this Livewire component. So here I will define array property public conversations. Okay. And in this, I will initialize it with empty array so that it will store conversations. And also I will define one more string, which will be like optional active conversation ID, and I will initialize it with null. This will be helpful for highlighting the current active conversation in the sidebar. And we will have to fetch the conversation, right? So for that, I will define one function just like load conversations. And I will set the return type as void. This won't return anything. Now inside this, we have to fetch the conversation. So we have agent conversation table, which is the primary table, this one. So the title is stored in this, right? So in this sidebar, firstly, we have to render the conversation title so that we can fetch it from this table itself. But if you see, we don't have any model connected with these two tables. If we'll expand the models folder, we don't have models here, right? In case if you want to use Eloquent, you can create a separate model and you can link these tables inside those models. As of now, I'm not going to create a new model for this. So for fetching the data from this table, I will use db facade. So what I will do, I will use db facade : table function. So we will import this facade. So the auto import is not working here. We'll have to import it manually. So we'll use illuminate support facades db. And in this, I will pass the table name. We have agent conversations. This one, agent conversations. Okay. And I will sort it using latest function by updated at column. So we have updated at column in this, right? And we can paginate it. So I will use limit 20 as of now, and will use get function to fetch all this. And I want to fetch only limited fields, not all the fields. Okay. We need this conversation ID and title only as of now. So what I will do, I will use map function, and in this I will extract the conversation, and I will form a new array by defining the field like ID, and I will get it using conversation ID. We have this ID column. Next, I will need title. So title, we don't need to display the full length title, right? Instead, we will trim it by checking the length. So I will use str helper function, and I will call the limit function. Now in this, I will extract the conversation title, this column. If it is there, then okay. Else I will give a conversation name like new conversation, and I will limit 34 characters, and I will call all function. Now this function is ready. This is for loading conversations. Now we have to call this function in Livewire mount function, so that when our component will be mounted, it will fetch all the conversations. So I will use mount function, and again this will return void. Okay. Now inside this, I will call this function conversation load conversations. Now we have to capture this response in this above variable. So I will use $this conversations, right? Now in the mount function, here I will put dump and die $this conversations. Let's navigate to the browser, and yes, we can see we have 13 conversations loaded with ID and title. All right. Now we have to render these conversations in the sidebar. So we will be using the same variable. So I will scroll down. Here we have the sidebar layout, logo, and we have this new chat button, which is new conversation. So just below this only, here after this new conversation button, I will render those messages. So after this, I will give one comment, render conversations. So I will open a new div, and I will keep this flex class inside this, and I will remove this div. This is not needed. In this itself, I will add some more classes, overflow y to auto, padding x 3, padding bottom like 4, and I will give some space among the conversations. And for rendering the conversations, I will use for else directive. We have variable conversations, right? This one. So let's iterate $conversation, and I will render those conversation title in the form of button. So I will use button type button, and in this I will render conversation title. But we defined array here, right? So instead of object, we will have to extract in the form of array, just like this. Now if we'll navigate to the browser, yes, we have some title rendered, correct? But we have to style it in order to display it properly. So I will specify some classes. Firstly, I will give cursor pointer, width full, text alignment left, padding x3, padding y edge, let's say 2, and we'll make it rounded. Text will be like small, and we'll set some effect transition colors. Let me dock this sidebar, and inside this I will use a span element in order to style that. So inside this span I will use block and truncate class. This is done. And for the empty block I will use paragraph element with text like no conversations yet. And let's style it again. Padding x3, padding y2, text extra small, text jink 600. And in the transition colors I will set conditionally. So I will check if active conversation ID, which we defined at the top, okay, if active conversation ID is the current conversation ID, just like this, then I will add class conditionally like bg jink 800, text white, else text jink 400 hover bg jink 800 by 70, okay, and on hover I will set text to white. This is done. Let's navigate to the browser, and yes, we can see we have conversations title loaded properly with hover effect, text white, right? Okay, this is done. Currently, we have not added the click functionality on this conversation. In order to continue that we will cover in the next episode. So now let's start by giving a new prompt in this. So I will use this suggestion chip explain Livewire 4, and if I will hit enter, now this is processing this request. Let's wait for this response. So yes, we got this response. But after getting this response, we will have to refresh this sidebar with this latest conversation title, right? Currently, this is not refreshing. We will have to refresh it manually. So let's say the latest conversation was meeting Umesh, this one, right? But here we given this prompt. So when I will refresh it manually, now we have another title as understanding Laravel Livewire for something. So that we will have to refresh it in the real time. So let's handle that functionality here. So in order to refresh that in the real time, we will have to dispatch one event. So I will jump to this chat box blade component because here we captured the conversation and rendered into that layout, right? We have this streaming API, and here we captured the conversation. So after getting the conversation ID, I will dispatch event to refresh the sidebar. Okay. So I will use Livewire dot dispatch function here because this is Alpine.js. And in this, I will pass one key, let's say conversation saved. And here I will have to append the current conversation ID. So I will pass one prompt conversation ID, and this I will get it using this dot conversation ID. Now we have to listen this conversation saved event so that we can refresh the sidebar. So I will listen it in the same conversation sidebar blade component. Here we have this load conversations function. So here itself, I will listen that using Livewire attribute. So we'll use on attribute and I will listen it. we will have to import this facade here. So we'll use Livewire attributes on. And if you may notice, we passed one prop as conversation ID. So we will have to receive it here as an optional parameter. So I will define string conversation ID and will initialize it with null. So now next we have to check this condition. If we have this conversation ID, then we will have to append this conversation in the active conversation. So I will use this active conversation variable and I will assign the current conversation in this. And also we will have to work on this new conversation button. So I will add one on click event, and on click I will call one function new conversation. Now let's define this function here at the top. Public function new conversation. I will return void from here and I will reset this active conversation to null. And also I will dispatch one event in order to reset the chat area. So I will use new conversation and we will have to listen it, new conversation. So I will copy this key, new conversation, which is event name, and that we will have to reset this chat box blade, right? Because this area is chat box blade area. So here we already have clear chat function. If we'll scroll to top, yeah, this one. So here I will listen that event on new conversation and let's check this import. Yes, we already have this. So on new conversation, this will reset all the messages, input area, and the loading state will be false. And here we dispatched one event to reset the conversation. This is done. Let's navigate to the browser. Let's refresh it. And again, I will give another prompt like explain Livewire 4. I will hit enter and will wait for the response. And yes, when the AI response has been completed, we can say this sidebar got refreshed automatically with the new conversation title. So this is working perfectly. Now let's try to reset this conversation by clicking on new conversation. But this is not working. So let me open the developer console. And this said new conversation is not defined on button on click attribute. So let's check that in the sidebar. Oh, okay. We used on click event, which is JavaScript. We will have to use wire click attribute basically because we are using Livewire 4, right? So now if we'll give another prompt like write a PHP function and let's wait for the response again. And once the response is completed, we can see this title got updated automatically here. And if we'll click on new conversation, yes, we can see this got reset. So this is working. And that's it for this episode. Now our LaraChat sidebar is no longer static. Okay. Laravel AI SDK is already storing conversations in the database. And today we connected that stored data with our sidebar component. So now whenever a new conversation is created, the sidebar refreshes automatically. The latest conversation appears at the top and the active conversation is highlighted, correct? Also, we fixed an important Livewire structure issue by moving the sidebar into its own component. That means sidebar updates no longer reset the chat box state. This is a small architectural improvement, but it makes the app much more stable. Now the next obvious step is what happens when we click any previous conversation. Right now, nothing, right? So in the next episode, we will make sidebar conversation clickable. We will load previous messages from agent conversation messages table, and we will set the active conversation ID with that. And also we will restore the full chat history inside this chat area. So that will make LaraChat feel much closer to a real ChatGPT style application. So now let's continue building LaraChat application. So let's quickly jump to the code editor. And firstly, I will navigate to the database. Here we have two tables provided by Laravel AI SDK package, which is agent conversations and agent conversation messages table. So in this sidebar, we rendered the conversation title only from this table, right? Here we have one column as title. So if you'll notice, here we rendered the title only. So we fetched the data from this agent conversations table. Now when we will click on any of the message from this sidebar, this should render full conversation history, including user prompt and AI responses. So for this, we have one more table as agent conversation messages. And this is child table, which is like foreign table of the primary table agent conversations. So in this table, we have one foreign key field as conversation ID. And this is a storing ID in string format, right? So this ID is the primary field of this agent conversations table. Here we have this ID, which is a foreign key in this agent conversations table. Let me increase the width. Okay. So what I will do, based on the clicked ID here, like when we will click on any of the title, we will pass that conversation ID in the URL, and from the URL we will fetch that ID, and based on that ID we will query into this table for fetching the full conversation, including user prompt and AI response. So here we have content, right? And related to single ID, we have two entries here. If you notice, we have two entries. One is for user prompt and another is for AI response. All right. So we have to fetch in this way. So let's continue implementing this functionality. So firstly, I will start with on-click or URL redirection from this sidebar title. So I will jump to this conversation sidebar component. Okay. And here we rendered the conversation title in this sidebar. We rendered this title only. Okay. Now what I want, previously we used button here, right? So now in button, we can't pass the URL parameter. Okay. So what I will do, I will change this to a href. Okay. And here I will pass that URL. So we need a route because on click, I want to redirect on a separate route which will have ID. Okay. So firstly, let's remove this span element from this, or better what I will do, I will cut this classes from here and I will keep it in anchor element itself, and this span is not needed here. Okay, perfect. So now I will use route function here, and in this route function I will use key as chat, and I will pass the key as a parameter in this route. Let's say conversation ID, and I will fetch that conversation ID from this array ID, just like this. So previously we fetched ID and title here, correct, from this agent conversations table, and now we rendered the title, and on hyperlink I passed this ID. Okay, so now we will have to define this route. So I will quickly jump to this web.php file, And here I will call the same component, this one. So better we can copy and paste it. And after this chat, I will pass key as segment, which will be like URL segment as conversation ID. And I will give a name to this route as chat, because I have called it using route function here, right? So this is done. Now in this chat component, we will have to receive that ID. So let's navigate to the chat blade, and here I will define mount function. So I will write public function mount. I will specify the return type as void, and in this let's receive conversation ID just like this. Okay, if I will put dump and die conversation ID, and if we'll navigate to the browser, and this said unable to resolve dependency parameter 0, which is required, but currently we have not passed any parameter in this URL. So I will initialize it with null so that it will be like optional. Now we don't have any error, correct? Now let's try to pass anything in this URL, and if we'll hit enter, yes, we got that value. Now let's check with on click of sidebar. So I will put dump instead of dump and die, and let me remove this URL, and still this is breaking the next execution. So as of now, I will use print statement only. I will refresh it, and yes. Now if I will try to click on any of the title here, yes, we can see we are getting that ID because we are calling the same component for rendering this sidebar and this click also. Okay, this is done. So we are getting that clicked conversation ID here. Now what I will do, based on this ID, we will have to fetch the conversation messages from the agent conversation messages table, right? So for this, firstly, I will define one public string variable as conversation ID, and I will initialize it with null. Now here I will check one condition. If we have this conversation ID, then I will call one function, let's say load messages. So firstly we will have to define that function here, and I will pass this conversation ID in this, and here I will define that function load messages, public function load messages. Let's define return type void, and in this I will use db facade because still we don't have any model created for these two tables. So I'm not using eloquent. Instead I will use db facade. So I will pass the table name as agent conversation messages. Let's confirm the table name, agent conversation messages, correct? Now I will put where condition in this. So we have to fetch single conversation based on the given ID, right? So we have the column name conversation ID, correct? This one. So we will have to put this condition here in order to check where conversation ID is this incoming conversation ID. Also, I will put one where condition. So better we will use wherein because we have to fetch messages for these two roles, user and assistant. So here user role is basically user prompt, and this assistant is basically AI response. So we have to fetch both. So I will put wherein role is user and assistant. This is for safe side only. Next, we have to fetch the messages in the same order in which this was created. So we have to sort it using created at column. Okay, so in the same way we will get that conversation. So I will use created at and I will call get function. Now after this I will map the array. So I will form one array using functions. Okay, messages. Now inside this I will define key like role and I will fetch role so that we will have to display the message in the same way. So we will be needing those fields only which we already rendered here in the chat box. So we checked this role here, correct? Role is user, else this is for AI response, and this content. So we will be extracting two fields only, role and content, and this will be message content. And also I will pass one additional key, a streaming. So I will set this to false by default. So that based on this, I will let AI know like a streaming is completed, and I will call all function here. Now we will have to capture this response and we will store this in a variable. So I will define one array variable like messages, and let's initialize it with empty array. Now I will use the same variable like $this messages, correct? Now after this, here I will put dump and die $this messages in order to see whether we are getting the messages. And here this will have message. This is done. Let's navigate to the browser, and yes, we received the clicked message. This is user prompt and this is AI response based on this ID, which is conversation ID. So we are good to go to render this message. Now here in this conversation sidebar, we will have to make our sidebar to active, right? So that we will get to know which conversation has been clicked. So for making that active, we will have to pass the conversation ID in the props to this conversation sidebar, so that in the conversation sidebar component, we can check the condition for active. So we already added that condition here in the last episode, right? So we need to pass that conversation ID in order to make it active. So what I will do here, I will assign this conversation ID to this variable which is public. Okay, and now I will pass these prop here in this conversation sidebar component. So I will use key like active conversation ID, and I will pass conversation ID here. Now in this chat box component, we will have to render the fetched messages, this one, right? So I will pass this messages as a prop here. So I will pass one key initial messages, and I will pass messages variable here. Also we can pass conversation ID dollar conversation ID, and for this key I will check one condition. If we have conversation ID, then I will pass that as a key, else default key will be main chat box. This is done. Now we will have to receive these props in these components. So firstly, let's receive these props in the chat box component. So let's navigate to the chat box component, and here if we'll scroll to top, we don't have mount function here, correct? So let's create this mount function, public function mount. Again I will return void, and here we will receive these props as messages and conversation ID. So I will define string conversation ID, and let's initialize it with null. Next, I will define array just like initial messages, and will initialize it with empty array. So firstly, I will define state just like public string conversation ID, and let's initialize it with null. And also for this initial messages, so I will create array initial messages, and let's initialize it with empty array. We already have the messages. Okay, now here in this mount function, I will assign this incoming conversation ID to this public conversation ID, this initial messages to this public initial message. Okay, and also this initial messages should be assigned in this messages variable, which has been used to render the incoming messages here, correct? So let's assign this to in the same variable so that we won't have to rewrite that functionality for rendering the clicked messages. So I will use $this messages initial messages. Okay, this is done. Now here, this parent component, that means this parent page is passing the loaded messages, but this chat box component has its own state here, right? So inside this mount function itself, we copy initial messages into this messages variable, which has been used to render the messages. So now the existing chat UI can render previous messages normally. This is done. Now we have to make sure one more thing, like when we will load this conversation. So let me reload it. Yes, this click is working, correct? Now if we'll click on any of the conversation, this has loaded that conversation in the same way. This is user prompt, this is AI response, correct? So currently we can say on click, this is not scrolling to the latest message here. We have to scroll it manually. So for this, we will have to handle it here in the Alpine.js itself. So let's scroll down in this chat box blade, and on init of this component, we have one state using Alpine, right? We added this init function. In this init itself, I will scroll to bottom. So when the initial load will happen, this should scroll to the latest message by scrolling to down or bottom side, right? So for scrolling to bottom, we have one common function here. If I will scroll down, this one, scroll to bottom. In this, we already have a scroll top functionality. So I will call this function here in the init. So I will use this dot scroll to bottom. And sometimes there might be some issue for rendering this markdown, right? This may take some millisecond time. So for this, we can use set timeout to make some delay in this. And in this, again, I will call this dot scroll to bottom function with some delay like 100 milliseconds. This is done. Now let's navigate to the browser. Let me refresh it, and you can see if I will switch between the conversations, this has scrolled automatically to the bottom side for the latest message. Let's check for other. Yes, this is scrolling correctly, right? Now we will have to make sure one more thing. When I will start any conversation here, this should not create a new conversation. Instead, this should continue the same conversation. So now when we will have the existing conversation loaded here, that means when the conversation is active here, we should pass that conversation ID here in that AJAX request for a streaming API. So here we used this fetch function for triggering this stream API call, in which we passed message and conversation ID, and we are getting this conversation ID from here, but by default we initialized it with null only, right? If we'll check, right here, this is null. So what we will have to do, we will have to set the conversation ID, whatever we are getting on this on click of sidebar here, right? So in this anchor link, we are passing this conversation ID and we received it here, conversation ID. Then we further passed this conversation ID here, correct? In this chat box bleed. So now again, we will have to pass this conversation ID in this request, okay, in this API request, so that this will understand we have to continue the same conversation which is loaded here. So for this, we will have to pass that conversation ID. So this is chat stream, correct? Here previously we initialized it with null. So instead, I will use JS function and I will call that conversation ID variable here. So this is done. Now let's save and let's verify the functionality. So let me refresh it and I will try to continue the same conversation. The title is PHP function creation guide and we had some conversation happened here, right? So I will just provide some more prompt in this. Create a recursive function in simplified way in PHP. Now we can see this has continued the same chat thread, which is the same conversation. This has not created a new conversation in the sidebar. Instead, this continued in the existing one. Now let's open another chat from the sidebar. Let's say this nice to meet. Okay. Again, I will ask, I forgot my name as a prompt. Can you please remind me? And this is thinking. And this said, of course, your name is this. Is there anything else I can help you with? Right? So this continued the same conversation and we can see this sidebar got refreshed automatically. So the latest conversation is coming at the top, right? Currently this is the active and the latest conversation. So this sidebar is refreshing automatically based on the selected conversation here. If I will click on this programming fields branding, can you tell me some tips? And now when the conversation will be completed, this message will be coming at the top here. So this is working, right? So that's it. Now LaraChat has a real ChatGPT history flow with this sidebar. In the previous episode, we displayed saved conversation in the sidebar. But now in the today's episode, we made those conversations clickable, right? Now when we click any conversation here, the URL changes, correct? And based on this URL change, Livewire loads the previous messages from the agent conversations table, from the agent conversation messages table, and the chat box displays the full conversation again here. And the next prompt continues the same conversation using the selected conversation ID. So this is not creating a new conversation based on that ID, right? This is a big step because LaraChat now feels much closer to a real AI chat application. But we are still missing one important feature. Right now, conversation can be created and loaded, right? But we cannot delete them. So in the next episode, we will add delete conversation functionality and clean up the sidebar properly after deleting that. Now let's continue building LaraChat. So I will quickly jump to the code base. And firstly, I will navigate to the database. So here we have two tables, agent conversations and agent conversation messages table. So these two tables are responsible for handling this entire conversation like user prompt and AI response. So all those conversations are stored in these two tables. And in the sidebar, in order to display this conversation title, we fetched it from this table, agent conversations. But when we are clicking on the sidebar messages, this is loading the entire conversation from this agent conversation messages table. So these two tables are interlinked. So now in the terms of deleting any conversation, we will have to delete from both tables. First, delete the messages, then delete the conversation, right? So let's go ahead with this sidebar component first. And here we rendered the conversations, right? So we rendered the conversation title here in the sidebar. So that's why we extracted the title only. Now what I want for adding the delete functionality, I want one drop down which will be shown on hover itself. Okay. By default, that drop down won't be visible. When we will hover on any message, the three dots will appear here. And by clicking on that, it will open one drop down having action delete. So let's design that. And for implementing that, we will use Alpine.js as well. So firstly, in this root element, I will add Alpine data attribute using x-data. And I will define one state just like open menu, and I will set it to null. Now in this for else block, I will create one div so that we will have some position relative, and in that div scope itself, I will open one dropdown. So I will create one div and I will close it here. Now in this div, I will add some classes just like position as relative. I will group it and let's make it rounded large with transition colors, and I will move this transition active effect in this. So I will cut these all classes from this anchor element and I will paste it here. And let's remove this transition colors. This is repetitive. Okay, this is done. Now after this anchor element, I will add 3-dot button. So I will use button element, and inside this button element, I will create one SVG. So I will use height as 4, width as 4, view box, I will set it as 0, 0, 24, 24. And I will use fill attribute with current color. And in this SVG, I will create circle. So I will set X 5, from Y it will be 12, and rounded I will make it 1.8. Now let's duplicate it, and we will have to increase the position from X itself, 5, 12, let's say 19. Let's save it, and if we'll navigate to the browser, yes, we can see we have 3 dots button visible. So now we will have to align it in the same line, right? So in this button, I will set some classes like position absolute, from right to 2, top 1 by 2, and translate will be minus y 1 by 2, rounded MD, padding 1, text Jink 500, opacity like 0 with transition effect. And we can set hover effect also. On hover, BG Jink 700, hover text white, group hover opacity will be 100. This is done. Now let's navigate to the browser. And yes, by default it is not visible. On hover itself, it is visible. Correct? And from this anchor element where we are displaying this title, here this is getting overlapped, right? So here what we'll do, I will increase this padding from right side. So from padding X, I will decrease it to 2. And from padding right, I will set it to 5. And in the container, I will decrease it to 2. Okay. This is perfect. And also we can set cursor as pointer in the button. Now on this button, I will apply on click event. So firstly, we have to open one drop down, right? So after this button, I will create one drop down menu. I will use div, and in this div, again, I will create one button element. Let's say I will give it as delete, and by default, we will have to hide it. Okay. So for hiding it, I will use Alpine X clock property. Okay. And this will be shown only if it is clicked. So we'll have to apply one on click on this button, and we will have to apply some CSS property for hiding it, right? So here at the top, I will create a style attribute, and I will use X clock attribute with display none, and I will make it important. Now next, let's continue for this. Now after this X clock, I will use show attribute, and it will be shown only if we have open menu, which we already defined here, right? This is a kind of variable for managing this state. So I will check one condition. If conversation ID, which is coming here, so I will use $conversation ID. If it is there, then only it will be showing. And I will use X on click outside attribute. So I will set it to null. So I have reset this. Okay. And we can style it by adding some classes in order to place this drop down position to the right side. So again, I will use position as absolute, right to top, let's say 9, Z index I will set to 50. I will set width 36, rounded large, border jink 700, bg jink 900, padding 1, and shadow excel. Now on the parent button, which is 3 dots, I will apply click event. So I will use X on click dot stop, and here I will check if open, and I will assign one condition by checking if open menu has this conversation ID. Okay. If it is null, okay, else I will set that conversation ID. Okay, this is done. Now if we'll navigate to the browser, and yes, by default that delete button is not visible. Now if we'll click on this 3 dots, yes, we have one delete button visible here, right? Now let's style this button a bit more. So I will add some classes here in this button, like class flex width full, items center gap 2, and make it rounded, and padding X as 3, padding Y 2, text left text small, and let's set color as text red 400 because this is delete button, and on hover I will set background red 500 with opacity 10. Now before this label, I will create one SVG again. Okay, and inside this I will pass some classes, height 4, width 4, and view box will be like 0, 0 from top and left, right. And I won't fill anything, so I will use fill as none. Stroke will be like current color, and stroke width will be like 2. And after this we will have to use path element, and we'll add m3 some code as 6h18. I will duplicate it 3 times, and I will change this code as m8. This will be m6, and here I will change this to 6v4h8v2. This is basically icon code, so I have quickly pasted it here. So this will create one delete trace icon. If you want to use any library for displaying the icon, you can use that as well. Else this will create one trace icon here. Let's check it. Yes, we have one delete button visible with some icon. Let's add class cursor pointer as well. This is done. Now next, let's apply the click event on this. So we will have to apply click event on this delete button. So I will use wire click.stop attribute, and in this I will call one function like delete conversation, and in this I will have to pass the conversation ID. Okay, and I will add one confirmation as well. So I will use wire confirm attribute, delete this conversation. This will be like normal confirmation, and also we have to reset it on this click. So I will use open menu to null. This is done. Now let's copy this function, and we will have to define it at the top. So I will define it here. Delete conversation, public function delete conversation, and we will have to capture the ID. So I will define a string conversation ID, and let's set the return type as void. Now we have to check if this conversation ID is active. So I will use $this active conversation ID, which we have defined at the top, and in this, if conversation is clicked, we set the ID in that. So I will be using this same variable to check whether this conversation has been clicked. Okay, then I will maintain this state like this was active conversation. Now in order to delete the message based on this conversation ID, again we will have to query to this agent conversations table. So I will use db facade again because we don't have any model yet. So we have to delete from 2 tables, right? Agent conversation messages and agent conversations. So in order to make it consistent, because sometimes if the record is deleted from one table but it got filled while deleting from the second table, we will use transaction, so that if the execution got filled, this will revert that. So I will use db transaction function, and inside this we have to receive the conversation ID. So I will pass it in this. Okay, and I will move this db table conversation here. So firstly we'll have to delete from the conversation messages table, and then agent conversations table. So I will use agent conversations where ID. So in the agent conversations table, we have this primary ID with this ID, and I will apply delete function. We don't have any relation here. Okay, so that's why we are using raw query. And next, I will update it to agent conversation messages table. This is the second table, right? So here we have conversation ID, right? So I will use where conversation ID is conversation ID, correct? This is done. Now after deleting it, I will use if this was active conversation, then I will redirect to this chat route. Okay, so for redirecting to route, I will use $this redirect route function provided by Livewire 4, and in this I will pass the route name which we have defined as chat. This is done, and I don't want to reload the page, only I want to refresh it internally without reloading it. So I will use navigate attribute to true. Okay, this is done, and let's return it here. Now after deleting the conversation, we have to load it again in order to refresh it, right? So I will call load conversations function here after this, so that this will refresh the conversations. Let's navigate to the browser now, and I will try to delete these old conversations. Okay, we have these 3, 4, 5 total with this introduction. So I will try to delete it by clicking on delete. We have this confirmation alert. If I will cancel, it won't be deleted. If I will confirm it, yes, this got deleted immediately, and this sidebar got refreshed without reloading this page, right? Now let me active on this conversation. So I have clicked. Now this conversation is active, right? This conversation messages have been loaded here. Now if I will delete it, so this thrown error as missing conversation ID parameter while redirecting to the route. So we used return redirect chat, right? So if we'll check the route, we are calling this route. So I will make this conversation ID to optional here. All right, now let's recheck it. So again, I will click on this introduction message and I will delete it. Yes, that got deleted and it redirected to a new conversation. So from here we can start a new conversation, right? Let's delete it again. Yes, this is working perfectly. Even if I am active on any of the conversation, I can delete this conversation and this has reset that. So that's it for this episode. Now Larachat cannot only create and load conversations, but also delete them directly from the sidebar. This is a small feature, but it makes the app feel much more complete. We added a delete action beside each conversation, used Livewire confirmation alert to prevent accidental deletion, removed the conversation messages from agent conversation messages and agent conversation table. We refreshed the sidebar after deletion and handled the active conversation case by redirecting back to a fresh conversation chat screen. So now our ChatGPT style sidebar is becoming much more practical. We can create chats, we can load previous chats message, continue conversations and delete conversations when we don't need them anymore, right? In the next episode, we will improve this even further by adding authentication so that every user can have their own private AI conversation instead of sharing the same guest-based chat. So that is where Larachat will start moving from demo application toward a real SaaS style AI application. Right now, Larachat can generate text, but it cannot actually perform actions inside our Laravel application, right? For example, if we ask, what is current time? Okay, if I will give a new prompt here, now this is processing this prompt. And based on this has returned something which is not correct. This returned the current time as 4:44 p.m. this given UTC time zone, and the day is Wednesday with date May 22, 2024, right? Which is not correct. The current time is 12:49 p.m. The date is 20th of July 2026 today. Okay. So this is not responding properly. So while generating the response, this was guessing, right? It does not actually know the real time. And let's say if I give another prompt, just like find me a laptop under 50,000. Okay. Now again, this is guessing. So here this has given some response, okay, based on my prompt. But it is not fetching from our database. It is fetching from somewhere else, right? So we can say it cannot query our database. It will either make up products or say it does not have access. And this is exactly what one of you asked in the comments. So that is a great idea. So in this episode, we are going to do exactly that using Laravel AI SDK tools. This is also called function calling. We will create one simple tool that returns the current date and time using PHP. And then we will create one real database tool that searches products from a Laravel table within our database. And the important part, we are not giving the AI direct unlimited database access. We are exposing a specific controlled Laravel methods as tools. The AI can ask Laravel to run a function, but Laravel controls exactly what data comes back. That is the safe and practical way to let AI work with your application data. So if I will jump to the official documentation of Laravel by searching Laravel AI SDK, we have this official documentation, Laravel AI SDK. Let's navigate on this. If you'll scroll down in the sidebar here, inside agents option, we have tools, right? So these tools may be used to give agents additional functionality that they can utilize while responding to prompts. So let's say when we give in a first prompt for asking what is the current time, then this was guessing while returning the AI response. So we can add additional feature using these tools in the AI agent. So if you are learning Laravel, Livewire or AI development, subscribe to Programming Fields, hit the bell icon and share this video with your developer friends. Alright, let's build AI tool inside LaraChat. So firstly, I will jump to the code editor, and here we had created this chat agent, right? So this chat agent is responsible for communicating to the AI. Inside this, we have tools array. So before creating any tools, let's understand the flow. So whenever we will give any prompt in the AI, let's say user asks question to AI, the agents will read available tools from here. So we will have to create some tools related to our functionality, which will boost AI to process it correctly. And that tools will contain description and handle function. So in the description, we can specify what this tool is going to do, and this handle will control the function. So inside this handle function, we will write the functionality which we want. Okay. So now based on this, the agent decides, do I need a tool for this? Yes. Agent sends a tool call with parameters. Then Laravel runs the tool's handle function, this one, okay, in order to process that request. And whatever tool we will create, that will return the actual data as a string. Then further, our AI agent will use that real data to write the final response. And being a user, we will get an answer based on real information. Currently, this assumed and this returned this response by guessing it only. We can say this was not correct response. Now let's jump to this documentation again, and I will create a new tool using this PHP Artisan make tool command. So I will copy this command and I will jump to the terminal. And inside this, I will paste that command PHP Artisan make tool. And I want to create a tool in order to get the current date time. So I will give tool name like get current date time. As of now, I'm just going to create for a basic functionality. So that's why I will be implementing with fetching a real date time. Let's hit enter. And yes, this has created a new class inside AI tools. Okay. So if we'll jump to the code editor, here we can see inside AI folder, we have a new folder as tools. Inside this, we have a new class as get current date time. And this is implementing tool. This tool is again AI contracts, right? Inside this, we have functions like description. So this description method is most important part of any tool, because this is what the AI needs to decide whether to call this tool at all. If you write something vague, the AI will not know when to use it. So you'll have to write it like you are explaining it to smart coworker. So we will have to be specific about when it should be used. Next, we have handle function. So this handle function is a pure PHP function basically. Here we can specify what exact functionality we want to perform using this tool. So in our case, we will be going to specify our date fetching functionality. Okay. Next, we have this schema function. So this method will define some optional parameter. So it cannot hallucinate random values. This is the AI SDK's way of giving you control over input. So for more information, if we'll check out the official documentation here, if we'll scroll down, here we have different types of tool, right? We have this file storage tools, MCP tools, provider tools, sub-agents, and middleware as well. So here we can create this tool using this command, right? Now let's go ahead with this, and in the description, I will specify some description here in order to fetch the date and time. So I will give get the current date, time, and day of the week. And I will concat some few more message in the next line, just like use this whenever the user asks about today's date. Append like this, today's date. And I will concat one more line in which I will add the current time or what day it is. This is done. I have specified some instruction in the description. I have saved it. Now in the handle function, we will have to write the exact functionality to fetch the date and time based on this given description. So what I will do in this request, we will be getting the user prompt. So we'll have to import carbon from carbon. Okay. And now I will call the now function. So this will return current date time stamp. Now we will have to format it. Okay. So I will extract format from request array. Okay. If it is there, then okay. Else I will get the full format, and let's capture this in a separate variable. Now after having this format, we will have to return the exact data from here. So we will have to check if we have date or time, then accordingly we will have to return it. So for this, instead of switch case, I will use match function, and in this match function I will pass this format, and here I will return if we have date, then I will return now and I will convert this to format data string. For time, I will return format, and I will pass the time format like hour, minute, and AM, PM. Okay, you can specify any time format that you want. And for the default case, I will set the format, let's say L, F, J, Y, and hour, minute, AM, PM. So this will return long date format like full date format. Let's terminate it. This is done. Now let's talk about this schema. So in this schema, by default, it is returning one array of value, correct? So instead of value, we will have to return some format, right? So I will specify one key as format for the date time. So here in this schema, I will define a string, and in this, I will set some format in enumeration, just like it should be either full, date, or time as per our handle function. And also we can define the description here just like this. So in this description, I will pass some description message like the format of the response, and it should be full, just like date plus time plus day, and date only or time only. So we have given these formats, right? Now let me re-explain these functions. So the description method, again, this is most important part. Okay, this is not the code, this is the description only, in which we have specified what this tool is going to do. This handle function is exactly a pure PHP function in which we used carbon to get the current date and time, which will match the format and return a string. That string goes back to the AI model, which is via this chat agent, okay? And the model wraps it in a natural language response. Now this schema method defines one optional parameter called format, right? It uses enumeration of these values, and it cannot hallucinate random values. This is the AI SDK's way of giving you control over input. So now after creating this tool, we will have to register it in our AI agent inside tools function, correct? So in our case, we have AI agent as chat agent, correct? So we have this tools function here. Now inside this return array, we will have to register that tool. So let's write new get current date time, correct? So this has been imported from AI tools. So in order to use these tools, we should have this interface implemented in this chat agent class. And one more thing, here this tools has some timestamp thing. So if we'll search for max steps, we have some agent configuration. So we can configure text generation options for an agent using PHP attributes. So this max steps attribute will set some maximum number of steps the agent may take when using tools. So we will have to specify that here in this AI agent. So I will use hash max steps, and as of now I will set the max steps to 5. So this has been imported from AI attributes. So this max steps is important attribute because when tools are involved, the AI model may call a tool, read the result, then decide it needs to call another tool, or even the same tool again with different parameters. So that is called multi-step reasoning, okay? And this max steps limits how many rounds of tool calls the agent can perform before it must give a final answer. Without this, a confused model could loop indefinitely. and calling tools over and over, burning through your API credits. So 5 is a good default for most use cases. If you have many tools and complex reasoning chains, you can increase this value from 5 to another like 10 or something else. But always set a number here. Now let's jump to the browser and we will check the AI response. So again, I will copy this prompt. What is the current time? I have given the prompt here. Now somehow this has corrected. This given the current time is 7:45 AM, but time is still incorrect, but the day and date is correct. Today day is Monday, date is July 20th, 2026, but this time format is incorrect because this is giving the time zone from different format. So in order to get the current time format, this has given one suggestion. You will have to update the time zone to Asia Kolkata, because by default it is fetching from UTC, right? So I will jump to the code editor back. Inside config folder, we have app.php, right? Inside this, we have time zone, right? By default it is set to UTC. So I will change this to Asia Kolkata. Now again, if we'll jump to the browser and I will copy the same prompt and I will re-enter it. Now let's wait for the response. And yes, now we can say this has given the correct time format, right? If we'll show you here, it's exact 1:16 and 1:17 now. So now this has corrected this time, day and dates. Now in the same tool, if I will check with another query, just like what day is it today, instead of what is the current time, if I will hit enter, and yes, this has given today is Monday. Now let's ask from different way again. Can you just give me the current time only, not the date and day? If I will hit enter, and this is processing now, and this returned the current time is 1:18 PM, which is correct. So now in the same tool, we can give date time related prompt in different ways, and the response will have the correct output. So the AI selected the tool based on the tool description alone. That is the whole point of function calling. One tool done. Now let's build the real one, the database tool, because currently this has one function only here in order to return the date and time, correct? And for building that real tool, we need some data first. So our chatbot is a chat application. It does not have a product catalog. So for this, I will build some model migration and seeders in order to have the real data, because currently I don't have any data in the database, right? So I will pick a quick example of product. So our chatbot is a chat application. It does not have a product catalog built into it. So we need to create a products table and fill it with some sample data. We will create the model migration and seeder in one command. So I have quickly jumped to the terminal and I will type PHP artisan make model product, and I will create migration and seeder as well. So yeah, we have these 3 files created. Let's jump to the code editor. And firstly, in the database migrations, we have this create product table migration. So I will specify the schema here. So let's create few columns like string, product name, description. Next, I will create category, price. So for price, I will use a decimal price, and I will convert this to precision. Okay. and I will check whether it is in a stock or not. So for this, I will use Boolean and I will create column name as in stock. By default, I will set this to true. Okay. So we have created a simple table structure with these columns: name, description, category, price, and whether the product is in stock. This is enough to demonstrate a real database search. Now, respectively, we will have to add these columns in the fillable property of the model. So here I will create protected fillable array in which I will specify name, description, category, price, and in stock. This is done. So we added fillable because the seeder will create products using mass assignment, which is a standard Laravel approach. So now let's jump to the seeders, and in the product seeder, I will define some seeder of real products. So I already have some data created. I will quickly add it here. So inside this run function, I have pasted some array data of real products in which I have laptops data, name, description, category, price, and in stock. Okay. With different brands: Samsung, OnePlus. This is for phone also, audio for speakers, okay, and monitors and accessories. So now we have to insert these data in the product table. So I will be using product model here. So let's iterate this products array. So I will use for each function, and inside this I will pass products as product. Now let's import product model here, and we will use create function, and let's pass the product. This is done. Now we have 10 products across 5 categories. So we have categories just like laptops, phones, audio, monitors, and accessories. So realistic price is in Indian currency. Okay. This gives our AI real data to search and filter. So now we will have to migrate this table and we will have to run this seeder. So let's jump to the terminal. Firstly, I will run php artisan migrate. So yes, the products table has been created. Now let's run this seeder. So I will run php artisan dbseed command, and I will run this specific seeder which has class product seeder. Okay, so seeding is completed. If we'll navigate back to the database, we have products table and we have 10 products entry here. This is done. Now we will create another tool in which we will define some functionality to query from this products table. In the first tool, we created a basic function in order to return the current date time format, correct? So similarly, I will create one more tool. So let's quickly jump to the terminal, and again I will use the same command, make tool command, and I will change the tool name, let's say search products. And now we have another tool. So let's navigate to that tool, search products. And firstly, in this tool, we will have to define some description as we discussed, which will work as an instruction. So here in the description, I will update it just like search for products in the application database. And again, I will append some message. So I will use dot, and next I will use can filter by category. So I will specify the categories like laptops, which we have here in this seeder. Next we have phones, right? Laptops, phones, audio, monitors and accessories. Audio, monitors and accessories. This is done. Now I will append few more message just like instruction. So I will specify, we can search by keyword in product name, or we have description as well, and filter by maximum price. So this will filter in sorted order, correct? I will append like use this when the user asks about product recommendation, and in which this should return product, prices, categories, availability, okay, just like we used in stock, or products within a budget. So we have given a clear description as an instruction here. Now let's work on the handle function. So in the handle function, we will have to query based on the incoming request. So from this request, I will extract category, and let's initialize it with null by default, and we'll store it in a variable category. Next, I will extract keyword. So I will duplicate it, keyword. Further, I will extract max price. Okay, so we have these three. Now I will query in the product table using product model. So I will use product query function, which will return raw query from this product using this product model. Now I will check if we have category, then we have to apply that filter. So I will use query where function, and let's extract keyword. So we'll use keyword here because we have to filter it, right? Now let's write query where name, just like, so we have used a like syntax, and we'll use $$ keyword. Okay, or we have to check from description as well. So I will use description like keyword. So let's copy and paste it here. This is done. So we have added one condition for category. Next, if we have keyword, then we will have to search it again. So let's check for keyword. If we have keyword, then again it will search from name and description column. Now next, we have to check from max price. So we'll check if we have max price, then we will have to filter from price column. So I will use query where price is less than or equals max price. And further we will check for product whether it is in stock. So what I will do, I will continue querying this query. So I will use query where product is in stock. So I will check from true condition. Next I will use order by. So I will apply order by with price. So this will be sorted using this price, and let's set limit of 10 and we will get it. Now let's capture it in a variable products. Done. Now we will map this product. So I will check if products is empty. If it is empty, then I will return some string message like no products found matching the given criteria. If not empty, then we will have to return the data. So we will concat some data by forming one array. So I will use return products and I will use map function. Okay, and let's extract the product. In this I will return product. So I will return product name followed by price. So I will use INR or RS, and I will concat the price by converting it in number format. So I will extract product price here. Further, I will concat product category. Okay, with product description, and I will implode with \n so that it will be showing in the next line. This is done. Let's save it. And for exception handling, we will use try catch block because we are querying it from database, right? So I will put entire snippet in the try block, and here I will use catch, and I will use throwable exception, and I will return exception message product search failed. Please try again. Use report function to report this exception. This is done. Now lastly, we have to specify the schema in this schema function. So we need these three schemas which we have defined as category, keyword, and max price, right? We have these key, category, keyword, and max price. So let's define this schema here for the output. So firstly, we'll define the category, and we'll use a schema string function for converting this to string, and we will set some enum category which we have like laptops. So I will copy it from here and I will add it here, comma separated. So I will find and update it quickly. Array as well, because we have these categories. And let's add the description like product category to filter by, right? Next, after this category, we have keyword, and I will specify schema string with description because we don't have any enumeration value. So in this, we are filtering product title and description based on the keyword. So let's change this message as keyword to search in product name or description. And lastly, we have max price, right? So let me duplicate this, and we have the key as max price. So the max price, I will convert this to number, and in the description, I will update it to maximum product price in INR. Okay, so let's recall these functions again. We have this very first description. So we can notice how specific it is. I'm just listing the exact categories. I'm explaining when the AI should use this tool. When someone asks about products, price, categories, availability, or budget, and do not write searches products here, write exactly what it does and when to use it. This is the part that makes your AI smart or dumb. Okay. Next, we have this handle function again. This is again pure eloquent function in which we are querying from the products table using this product model, right? So we have built the query, apply filters, and only we are returning products which are in stock. Okay, by ordering it with price and limit with 10. And lastly, we have this schema. So these three optional parameters, we have category, keyword, and max price, in which category uses enumerations. Okay. So the AI can only pick from our valid these categories, right? It cannot send something random like electronics or gadgets which are not available in our product categories. So this is a free text search, and max price is a number for budget filtering. The AI SDK handles type validation automatically, and we use try catch block as well for exception handling. Now, similar to the previous tool, we will have to register this tool again in our AI agent. So after this new get current date time tool, I will use new search products tool, and this got imported here. So now our agent has two tools. If the user asks about date or time, this will call this tool. And if the user asks about products, then this will call this tool in order to fetch the products. So here the AI decides based on the descriptions. So whatever prompt we will give in the AI prompt here, it will return based on that only. So now let's navigate to the browser in order to test this functionality. So again, I will give some prompt which we given earlier here, like find me a laptop under 50,000 rupees. I have given the same prompt here. Now this is processing this request. And yes, we can see in compared to the previous AI response, here this has returned 3 products available within this 50,000 budgets, right? We have this HP 15S, Acer Aspire 5 and Lenovo IdeaPad 3, and this has returned these products from our table itself. So if we'll check our database, we have these all products name, Acer Aspire 5, HP 15S and Lenovo IdeaPad, these 3 laptops within budget less than 50. Now let's give another prompt. Just like this time I will search for any headphones. So I will give prompt like, do you have any headphones? Okay, typo mistakes. Headphones in stock. So now this will check whether do we have any headphones in our stock. Yes, we have the following headphones in stock. We have Sony WH-1000 XM5 and this Boat Rockage, right? So if we'll check the database for the headphones category, we have these 2 in stock. Now let's say I will change this value from 1 to 0, which will specify this is not in stock. Now again, if we'll give the same prompt and if we'll hit enter, now we can see this returned only 1 product. Previously it returned 2 which were in stock. Now when we changed out of stock, then this returned only 1 product which was available. So this has returned this second product, boat, with price 1499, type on ear Bluetooth headphones. If we'll check, yes, this is correct. Now let's test one more functionality. So this time I will give one prompt just like what time is it and show me audio products under 30,000. So this time I'm mixing 2 prompts together here. The first prompt is related to time and the second prompt is related to products, right? So let's check how this is processing these 2 prompts together. So if we'll hit send, now this is processing this. And yes, this returned the current time is 1:50 PM again, right? Which is correct. And here are the audio products available under 30,000. So this has returned boat and this Sony. This time this has returned both products because we have not specified whether we need product in stock or not. So that's why it returned both products here. So based on our given prompts, it processed both using those created tools which we have registered here, right? So we can see the AI called both tools get current date time for the time and search products with category audio and max price. Two tool calls, one combined answer. We did not write any routing logic, no if else, no switch statement, and no keyword matching based on our prompt, correct? The AI read the tool descriptions and decided on its own which tool it needs for this question to process that response. So that is the power of well-written tool descriptions. Now, before we wrap up, 5 important things for using tools in real project. First, do not give AI unlimited database access. Do not let the AI generate raw SQL and execute it. Instead, create a specific tools with controlled inputs. The AI sends parameters, Laravel runs the query. That is the safe boundary, correct? Second thing, write clear, detailed tool description, just like we specified here for date and time and for product as well, right? The description decides when the AI will call the tool. A lazy description means the AI will not know when to use our tool, or worse, it will use it at the wrong time. The third one is use schema to control input. So that's why we limited this query to match with keyword, category, and max price. So here that's why we specified enumeration in order to set some boundaries within these 5 categories. The fourth point, always set max steps here. So in the chat agent, we set these max steps. The tool calling can involve multiple rounds in order to process the prompt, correct? Without a limit, the model could loop indefinitely. So you will have to set a reasonable number from 3 to 5 for most applications. Fifth point, handle errors inside the tool. So that's why we used try catch block here in the handle function, because here we were querying from the database in order to fetch the products. So if a database query fails, we should return a safe error message. Do not let the exception propagate. It can break the entire streaming responses. So always use try catch block and call report function for logging it and return a string here, just like this. And that's it for this video. Now LaraChat is no longer just a chatbot that generates text. It can call real Laravel functions. It can get the current date and time using PHP, and more importantly, it can query real data from our database using a safe, controlled AI tool. This is the exact foundation behind more advanced AI features. With the same pattern, you can build tools for checking orders, searching invoices, generating reports, querying inventory, building admin assistants. The concept is always the same. You create a specific Laravel tool, define what parameters it accepts, and the AI decides when to use it. This is powerful but controlled. Okay. Now in the next video, we are going to take this further. We will add provider tools like web search, where the AI can search live information from the internet. And we will also explore how to query multiple related tables to build a more advanced database assistant. Hi developers, welcome once again to Programming Fields. I'm Umesh Rana, and you are watching the Laravel 13 AI SDK series, where we are building LaraChat, a ChatGPT style AI application using Laravel 13, Livewire 4, Gemini, and the official Laravel AI SDK package. In the previous video, we added tools and function calling to LaraChat. So if we'll jump to the project folder, inside app AI, we have tools. So we created 2 tools. First one was for function calling, in which we created a get current date time tool and a search products tool. The AI can now call real PHP functions and query our products table. So in the database, we have the products table, right? And we have the products entry here. And the AI decides which tool to use on its own. So if we'll jump to the chat agent file, here we called these two tools, and based on the user prompt only, it will decide which tool should be called, right? So for the demo, if I will give some prompt, what is the current date and time, then this will return the response based on calling that tool. So now this has returned the current date and time is Saturday, July 25th, and the current time is 4:54 p.m. So based on the given user prompt only, this is calling this tool, right? If we'll give some prompt related to products, then this will call this tool and this will fetch the products from the database in which we have the products table. But at the end of the last video, I promised two things. First, provider tools like web search, where the AI can search the internet for live information. Second, multi-table database queries, where the AI can read related data across multiple tables, not just products, but orders, users, and generate real business insights. And that is exactly what we are going to build today. We will create an orders table with relationship to users and products table. Then we will build a search orders tool similar to this search products, right? And we will add web search and web fetch, two provider tools that ship with the AI SDK package. So by the end of this episode, LaraChat will be a proper AI database assistant that can answer questions like show me pending orders for laptops or what is the latest Laravel news, all in one conversation. So in the very first step, I will quickly jump to the terminal, and here I will create a new model and migration. So I will type PHP addition make model, and I will create a model for order, and I will create migration and seeder as well. So now we have model, migration, and order seeder. Now let's start with the migration quickly. Now inside this migration, firstly I will define a few fields. So I will start with user ID column so that I can link this user ID with the users table. And for this, we will have to link with foreign ID. So I will be using this foreign ID function, and I will provide the column name as user ID, and I will set constraint on delete cascade. Okay. Next, similar to this, I will create another foreign ID with the product table, and the column will be product ID. So in the database, we have tables like product, we have the table as products and users. But currently we don't have any entry in the users table. Only we created some entries through seeder in this products table. Okay, so let's continue defining the migration. So I will jump to the latest migration here. Okay. And we created this user ID and product ID. Further, I will create quantity. So I will define data type as integer, and I will provide the column name as quantity. And I will set the default value as 1 in the quantity. So by default, at least one quantity should be ordered. Next, I will create price. So for that, I will specify column as decimal, and the column name will be like total price. Okay, so I will keep it short as total. It can store 10 digits till to precision, and the status of the order. So I will set string status, and the default value, I will set it as pending. I'm just creating a basic columns in the orders table. You can manage it based on your needs. Now, respective to this migration, I will jump to the order model, and I will specify fillable property in the array. So we have user ID, product ID, quantity, total, right? and the status. This is done. Now in the order model, I will define a few relation. So the first relation will be with user table. So I will define user relation with the order. So here I will define function as user, and we will define the return type as belongs to. So I have imported this relation belongs to. Now from this function, I will return belongs to relation with user model. Okay, this is done. Now we will have to create one more relation with the product because we have defined foreign key as product ID. Copy and paste the same relation here. I will change the function name to product. Again, this will have belongs to relation, and this time I will change the model to product model. Okay, this is done. So here we defined two relationships, user and product. This is a standard Laravel approach. When our AI tool queries orders table, it can eager load the user name and product name in one query. That is the power of multi-table tools. Okay, here the AI gets rich related data, not just flat records related to order. Now for seeding this order table, we will have to jump to the database seeders, and we have this order seeder. So in the orders table, we will have to fill up the data based on our schema. We have fields like user ID, product ID. So these two data are interrelated with these two tables, right? The user ID is related with users table, product ID is related with the products table. So we will have to fetch the real data from these respective tables, and then we can insert with the order. So here I will query from users table using user model, and I will find first record from user. Okay, I will store it in a variable, and I will check one condition. If not user, then I will insert some data which will be like dummy data in the users table, because currently in the users table we don't have any entry, right? So we will have to create some entry, at least one. So that will be created here. If not user, then I will use user model factory function, and I will use create function here. Now inside this create function, I will pass name field, let's say Umesh, email as example.com. So firstly it will check. If you don't have any entry in the users table, then it will create it. Now after having the user data, we will have to capture it here in this same variable. Now I will find all the products from product table. So again I will use product model all function, and let's capture this in a variable as products. Now I will check if product model is empty. So if products is empty, then I will prevent inserting this. So I will use command error function, and in this I will pass some message like run product seeder. Okay, and let's return it from here. If we have products entry, then we will have to continue inserting into the orders table. So I will create one array of orders in which I will query the real data from the products table. So we already fetched all the products here. Now I will put some condition here, products where name, and I will pick some static name from this product seeder. So I will pick the first name like Asher Spire 5. Okay, and I will put it here in where condition, and I will use first function, and directly I will extract that product ID. Okay. And here, as per the orders table, we need product ID, right? Quantity, total, and this status along with user ID. So here I will have to define columns just like product ID, correct? And next I will pass quantity column, quantity, and I will set it as 1. Next we have to pass the total price. So I will create some random price like this, status, and I will set as completed. Okay, this is the one array. Let me collapse this and I will duplicate it. Okay, now for the next product, I will change it for different product. So let me open this product seeder and let me keep it aside here. So next I will pick this product, and here I will change this condition. Let's update this quantity to 2, price, let's say 59980, status as completed, and I will quickly update these all. So I'm doing fast forward here. Okay, this is done. So we have formed this orders array. This is like multi-dimension, right? Here we have multiple products data. Here we have multiple orders data based on our schema. We have this product ID, quantity, total price, and status. So we extracted the ID dynamically by fetching the products by name, right? Now I will iterate this orders. So I will use for each loop orders as order, and I will use if condition to check if order has product ID, then only we will insert into orders table. So I have called order model. This has been imported here, and I will call the create function. And what I will do in this array, we will have to merge the user ID as well, right? So instead of passing the user ID here in every array items, I will use array merge function. And in this, I will use this order array. And in this array item, I will merge one more array key, user ID. And this user ID will be coming from user, which we have extracted at the top. Okay. So we have total 8 sample orders across different products and statuses. Some orders are completed, some are pending and cancelled as well. We use the existing user or create one if it doesn't exist, and we reference the products we seeded in the previous episode, right? Now let's navigate to the terminal, and firstly I will migrate this new schema. So the orders table has been created. Now we will seed this order seeder. So I will copy this class name and I will use dbseed command, class order seeder. And yes, seeding has been completed. Now let's navigate to the database. And yes, in the users table, now we have one entry, correct? Now let's check out the orders table. So yes, in the orders table, we have 8 entries, right? As per the seeder we created. Now in the next step, we will create one more tool similar to search products tool. So again, I will jump to the terminal. Let me clear this. And I will create one tool using PHP addition make tool command. And this time I'm going to create tool for searching the orders. So I will provide the name as search orders. So we used same command as before, right? Now inside this tool, we will have to write the logic to query multi-table. So let's navigate to this search orders tool. And firstly, we will have to specify the description for this tool. So we already discussed about the description, handle, and schema function, right? So I'm not repeating those things again. This is for description as instruction. So I will quickly specify the instruction like search and receive order information from the application database, and I will concat. So I will use dot, and this can filter orders by status, and we have following status like pending, processing, completed, and cancelled as well. Next, I will concat by product category. This can be filtered using product category. We have category like laptops, which we already used in this. So let me copy it from here and let me paste it directly. So we have laptops, phones, audio, monitors, and accessories. And this can be filtered by date range as well. Next, I will use this kind of returns order detail including product name, because we created a relation for this, right? We linked with the foreign ID. And what else? We have quantity, total amount as well, order status, and customer name, which is most important thing. Next, I will specify use this tool when the user or like prompts asks about orders, purchases, sales, right? Order status, revenue, like that, or business insights. Correct? So we have given a clear instruction here what this tool will do. Now in the handle function, we will have to define the actual logic for fetching the orders detail, right? So I will start with the try catch block, because again, we are going to query from the model, meaning from the database table. Again, I will use throwable exception. And firstly, I will report the exception here, and I will return some string as order search field. Please try again. Now let's continue fetching the products. So from the request, I will extract a status. If it is there, then okay, else I will initialize it with null. And I have captured this in a variable as a status. Also, I will extract the category from this request, and I will get it as product category. And further, I will extract the date range. So I will extract it as since from to. So better I will keep it in a single variable as since. Now I will query into the orders table using order model with product. So that's why we created relation. Okay. And we have multiple relations. So I will use array here, and let's store it in a variable like query. If we have status, then let's apply with the status filter, where product status is this status. If we have product category, then we have to filter it from the relation, because in the order table, we don't have category, right? The category is defined in the products. So we will have to filter it via relation. So for filtering it via relation, I will call that relation here using where has function, and we have the relation as product. Now I will extract the product using the function, and I will have to pass the category as well, right? And in this I will apply condition where product category. So in the products table we have this category column. So this category is this incoming category. That's all. And after this category I will check since for the date range. So I will use query where order is created. So we have created at in the timestamps. So if we'll check out this database, we have this created at column. So let's filter it as created at, and I will use greater than equals this date since. Okay. Next I will fetch the orders in the last in first order in the descending order. So I will use query latest function, and I will apply some limit with 15, and let's get the orders. Now let's capture it in a variable as orders. Now I will check if order is empty. Then I will return one message like no orders found matching the given criteria. This is done. If we have products, then I will sum the total amount. So I will use orders sum function, and we have column as total, correct? Now let's capture this as total revenue, and after getting it I will use orders map function to create some array of a string. So I will use map function order, and I will return order, and I will concat the order ID. So I will use order ID followed by product name. So from order relation we have product, and from product I will extract name, correct? Next I will concat quantity, and this we can extract from order quantity. Okay, and here we have missed this. This should be inside curly bracket. Next, after quantity I will print the price. So I will use rs. Okay, and we'll have to concat the price. So we'll extract order and total, but we will have to convert this in number format using this function. Okay, and inside number format we don't need to use this curly bracket. Next we'll have to use order status. So again I will use $order status. After that we can display customer name as well, because we have the relation with the users table. So customer order username. Okay, we have fetched using a relation with the users table, and after this we can display date as well. Date order created at, and we can format this date. So I will use date, month and year format like this, and I will implode these all using implode and \n, and we will have to terminate this. I will capture this in a variable as result. Now final response, here I will return as found orders count. So this will display the total orders, and I will set message like found count of orders, okay, with total revenue RS, and I will concat this total revenue variable here, and let's convert this in the number format dot, and let's add \n here so that it will display in the next line, and followed by I will concat this result, the entire order details. Okay, this is done. Let's save it, and we will have to define this schema based on the handle function, right? So here we will have to define status schema string, and I will set enumeration as pending. We have the order status, processing, completed, cancelled as well. And in the description, we can set filter orders by status. Now after this, we have column as product category, this one, and the last one will be since. So in the product category, we can set a schema string, and I will define enum, and we have the product categories here. So I will copy these all categories, and I will paste it here, but we will have to separate it using single quote or double quote. Okay, this is done. And the last one, we have since. So here I will set this schema as string, and this will accept date, so we don't have to pass anything. Only I will pass description as filter orders from this date onwards, and I will set the format as year, month, and date. Example 2026-07-01. That's all. Let's save this, and here we are good to call this tool in the agent. So now let's jump to the agent, chat agent, and I will call search orders, right? This one. So our custom database tool functionality is done. Now let's test this functionality as well. So let's jump to the browser, and I will give some prompt like show me all the pending orders. Now let's wait for this response. And yes, this filtered, there is currently one pending order, order number 7. The product name is 1 + 13, quantity is 1, and this is the price, customer, and this date is there. Now let's verify it from the database. So I have jumped to the database orders table, and we have this order ID, which is order number 7, right? Status is pending, which is correct. Now I will give for cancelled. So we will verify whether this is returning this order number 6 or not. Now, can you help me with cancelled order? And yes, this has returned the correct product as order number 6. The product name, this one, price, and the status is cancelled. So this is working. Now this database thing is done. Now we will be working on the provider tools, right? So for this, I will jump to the official documentation of Laravel, and I will search for Laravel AI SDK. And in this, we have the provider tools here. So these provider tools are special tools implemented natively by AI providers. This will offer capabilities like web searching, URL fetching, and file searching. If you want to fetch any live information from the internet, this will quickly fetch using this provider tools. So we have web search provider. Okay. This tool will allow agents to search the web for real-time information. So let's say if you want to search the price of any product on the internet, then this tool will be helpful. And the supported providers of AI is Anthropic, OpenAI, Gemini, and OpenRouter as well. Correct? So we will use this web search tool. And next we have this web fetch. This is related to fetching and reading the contents of web pages, meaning of any websites. And this will be very useful when you need to fetch any specific URLs data or retrieve any information. So firstly, we will be using this web search. This is provider. So we don't have to create any provider here, only we will have to import it. So let's copy this new web search and let's jump to the code editor, and we will have to jump to the agent only here. And after this tools, I will call that new web search, and we will have to import it. Okay. So this has been imported here, web search. Now in this, we can search anything from the internet, right? Based on the AI providers. Now currently we have called it as unrestricted way. So here we can search anything from the internet using that AI provider. But if you want to restrict it to searching for any documentation or a specific anything, then we can use this allow function, and we will have to pass the website URL like this. Additionally, if you want to search particularly for any location, then we can use city, region, and country-based search as well. So as of now, I will use this country-based. Okay. So I will comment this and I will use as function, and in this I will call location function, new web search location. All right. And we have to pass the location like this. So I will pass city like Bangalore, region Karnataka, and country India, just like this. This is done. Now let's jump to the browser. So I will test this functionality. So I will give some prompt like, what is the current weather in Bangalore? Okay. And they said something went wrong. Please try again. So let's check for this. Okay. Here everything is correct. So I will search for log file, and we have some API consumption limit exhausted error, application rate limited. Okay. So we are not able to use this because we have consumed that free limit. All right. So that is fine, but we have implemented this functionality correctly here. So similarly, you can use a web fetch as well. And in that you can provide the documentation of any like URL, and you can fetch all the information of web pages. So that's it for this video. Let's look at what LaraChat can do now. It started as a simple ChatGPT style chatbot. Then we added tools so it could call real PHP functions and query our products table. And now it is a full AI database assistant, right? It can query orders with product and user relationships across multiple tables, right? We had orders, products, and users table. It can search the internet for live information using web search. It can read a specific web pages using web fetch provider. And it can combine all of these in a single response as well, because we have used these all tools in a single agent. 5 tools total, 3 custom tools, 2 providers, and the AI decides which ones to use on its own. So that is a real practical AI application, not a demo, not a toy, something you could extend for your own business. You can add tools for invoices, support tickets, inventory, analytics, and the pattern is always the same in every tools. Now in the next video, we are going to explore a structured output where the AI returns clean, typed JSON instead of free text. This is essential for building UI components that display AI data, just like dashboards, charts, and data tables. And we will also look at how to use multiple agents together where one agent calls another as a subtool. If you build something cool with tools, drop a comment below. Show me what tools you created for your own projects. I would love to see what you are building. Hi developers, welcome once again to Programming Fields. I'm Umesh Rana and you are watching the Laravel 13 AI SDK series where we are building LaraChat, a ChatGPT style AI application using Laravel 13, Livewire 4, Gemini and the official Laravel AI SDK package. In the previous videos, we added tools to LaraChat. So we added custom tools for database queries, providers like web fetch, web search. Our chatbot can now call real PHP functions, query products, search orders, and browse the internet. But every response comes back as free text. That means as a string format, right? That is fine for chat, but if you want to build dashboards, product cards, API responses, or save structured data to your database, free text is useless, correct? So if I will show you the database, inside this, we have agent conversation messages, right? So here, all the messages are being stored, correct? Here we have this content in the text format. This is a string, correct? And we have controller in which we handled this streaming response. So inside HTTP controllers, we have this stream controller. And here we streamed the AI response and we returned the final response here, correct? So today in this episode, we will fix that with two features. Firstly, the structured output. So where you define a JSON schema and the AI is forced to return clean, validated JSON that matches it. So it won't return in a string format that looks like JSON, actually typed or structured data, right? And second, we will work on sub-agents where our main chat agent can delegate specific tasks to a specialized agents. We will build a product analyzer agent that knows how to analyze products and return structured data. And our chat agent will call it as a tool whenever it needs a product analysis. This is where AI applications stop being chatbots and start being real software. Now let's build this. So firstly, I will jump to the official documentation of Laravel. I will search for Laravel AI SDK and I will jump on this official documentation. Here we have this agents, right? And we have this structured output. So if you want your agent to return a structured output, we will have to implement this has structured output interface. And this will require that your agent define a schema method. So currently in our chat agent, we don't have a schema method, correct? We have instructions and tools only. So in order to have this structured output, we will have to define this schema in which we will define the output of the AI response. So currently I don't want to use this chat agent for the structured output. For this, I will create a separate agent which will be used for product analysis. So I will quickly jump to the terminal and here I will create one more agent using PHP addition make agent command and I will specify the agent name as product analyzer agent. Okay. And I want this agent as structured. So if we'll check out the official documentation here inside agents, we will have structured. Okay. So let's jump to this agent. While creating it, we can specify this structured flag. Let's copy this, jump back to the terminal and let's enter this structured and hit enter. Now we have one agent created as product analyzer agent. So if we'll jump to this, we will have a schema method here, correct? Now if we'll see the differences in this chat agent, which was non-structured agent, right? Here we don't have schema method, but in this product analyzer agent, we have this schema function, correct? So this is done. This is the difference between a structured and non-structured agent. Now, firstly, I will start with this class implementation. So we already have this has a structured output implemented using this AI contracts, correct? Now, in the very first step, we will have to update this instruction. I will specify some instruction as you are a product analysis specialist, okay? And when given a product name or category, analyze it based on the available data. And you can use this search products tool. We already have this search products tool here inside this, correct? So search products tool to look up real product information from the database and provide honest scores, practical pros and cons, and suggest cheaper alternatives, okay, when available. And in the last line, I will add always base your analysis on actual product data, which is very necessary, right? Not assumption. So this will check from the actual product data. We already have search orders, search products, correct? Now next we have this tools, okay? So in the tool, I will use search product tool. Okay, this is done. And now we will have to define the schema. So in the schema, I will set some structured output. Okay, so I will start with product. So for product, we have schema string, and in the description, I will set some message like the name of the analyzed product, and we can keep this required to true. Okay, next I will set a score, product score. So I will use a schema integer, and in this I will set mean as 1, max score should be like 10. In the description, I will set overall product score from 1 to 10. Okay, this will be like a rating, and let's skip required for this as well. Next, I will copy it. I will add for product verdict. So this should be like a string only, and we can remove this mean and max. In the description, I will set something like one sentence summary of the product analysis. We can add pros and cons as well. So this will return multiple pros. In this schema, I will set item, and this item should be type of string. In the description, I will change this as list of product advantages. Now next I will add for cons as well. So this will have again array list of product disadvantages. Okay, and we can add alternatives as well, like product alternatives. So alternatives, and in this we will have to define object so that we can have multiple alternatives product. So I will define a schema, and in this I will define some array. Okay, and let's remove this item only. Inside this, what we need, name. So in the name, this name should be type of string. This description, it should be name of the cheaper alternative product, and we can add required. Okay, this is done. Next I can add price schema, and the price should be number. We can add description as price of the alternative in INR, and again this should be required. After price we can add region for alternative, like why this is good option. So we can set the schema string again, description. We can highlight why this alternative is a good option with required, correct? And in this entire alternatives we will have to add this description as this alternative is a cheaper alternative product recommendation, and again this should be required. This is done. Now for sub agent we will need to call name function. So if we'll jump to the official documentation, here in this sub agents we have this name function. So here we will have to call this name function if you are going to use sub agents, so that it can call that agent properly. So let's copy this function and we can add it here, name, and this description as well. This is done, and better we can keep it here after this messages, and this messages function is not needed, so we can remove it as of now. We have this name, so I will change this name as let's say product analysis or analyzer. Now in the description we can specify related to this sub agent function. So this work as analyze a product and return a structured evaluation with score, pros, cons, verdict, and a cheaper alternative, correct? Apart from this, we can highlight use this when the user asks for product analysis, comparison, or recommendation with detailed breakdown. Okay, this is done. We already have tools. We called search products. We have this schema defined here. And let me walk through this agent first. So we have this instructions method. This agent is a specialist. It only does product analysis. Notice how focused the instructions are compared to our chat agent's general purpose instructions. So in the chat agent, we give in this prompt like this, right? So now we have to use this agent as a sub agent. So I will import one more interface, can act as a tool. If we'll check out the official documentation, here we should have can act as tool interface. This should be called on the sub agent in order to use this agent as a sub agent. So let's jump to the code editor back. So sub agents can have their own tools, just like we called search products here. Okay, our product analyzer agent uses search products to look up real data before analyzing. So when the chat agent delegates a question to this agent will call search products to get real products data, then return a structured analysis. So this will work like tools inside tools, right? Now we will have to link this product analyzer agent in the chat agent as a tool. So I will navigate to this chat agent, and firstly I have commented these all provided tools. Okay. And after that, I will call product analyzer agent. Okay, this is done. Now when any user asks in the prompt like analyze the MacBook Air for a student, the chat agent reads the product analyzer agent. Now let's test this functionality in the browser. So let's jump to the application, and here I will give one prompt like analyze the MacBook Air for a student. They said sorry, something went wrong. So let's navigate to the code editor and we will check log file, and this thrown 503. Okay, so let's clear this log, and in the agent here I will use this max steps again. So I will call it max steps. I will set it 3, and let's import this attributes. Also I will use timeout attribute, and in the timeout I will set 120 seconds. This is done. Now I will give the same prompt like analyze the MacBook Air for a student. Now let's wait for the response again. And yes, here we got the detailed comparison. This took a longer time basically. So that totally depends on API call. Here, based on our prompt, analyze the MacBook Air for a student, and based on that, this returned this detailed verdict as pros, cons, and this overall score. So that's it for this video. Let's look at what we built. We created product analyzer agent. Okay. This is a specialized agent that returns clean typed JSON with a product score, pros, cons, verdict, and a cheaper alternative. We used structured output with nested objects and arrays here in this schema, and we wired it as a sub agent inside our main chat agent class. So the chatbot can delegate product analysis task to a special agent, which is product analyzer agent. Correct? This is the pattern behind real AI powered applications, not just chatbots, but systems that return structured data. You can use it in dashboards, APIs, database records, and UI components. Now in the next video, which will be the final episode of this series, we are going to cover embeddings and RAG. We will let users upload documents and chat with them. The AI will search through uploaded files to find answers grounded in real data. So that is the last major feature of the Laravel AI SDK package, and it will close out the LaraChat series properly. After that, I will release a consolidate video, one complete video of build a ChatGPT clone in Laravel 13 tutorial, and I will combine the entire series into a single flagship video. If you build something cool with structured output or sub-agents, drop a comment. I want to see what kinds of specialized agents you are creating. Every real ChatGPT style app lets you upload a file and ask about it, but our application does not yet. And there is a second, bigger gap. Even if we could attach a file, what happens the next day in a new conversation when we want to ask about that same document again? Today we solve both. First, we will let users attach a file directly in the chat here. Then we will go further, permanently store documents so that the AI can search them anytime in any conversations. This is the final episode of the LaraChat series, and it is the feature every real AI application needs. So let's build it. Hi developers, welcome back to Programming Fields. I'm your host Umesh Rana. If this is your first time here, we have been building LaraChat, a full ChatGPT style AI application in Laravel 13. Across this entire series, streaming, memory, tools, database, queries, web search, structured output, sub-agents, all of it built with the official Laravel AI SDK package. So this is episode 14 and it is the last one in this series. We are closing it out with the feature most people ask for first when they think about AI chatbots. Let the AI read your documents, upload a PDF, ask questions about it, and get answers grounded in the actual content, not guesses. So by the end of this video, LaraChat will support one of file attachments in a single message and permanent document storage, so the AI can search your file anytime. Once this is done, I will be releasing one big consolidated video combining everything from episode 1 through episode 14 into a single complete video. So if you have been following along, this is where the series wraps. So let's get into it. So let's jump to the code editor. And before we code, let's understand the two things we are building today, because they solve different problems: attachments and RAG. Attachments are simple. You attach any file to the chat here. Currently we are able to send message here, right? So instead of message, we can attach file also, similar to ChatGPT and other AI tools. And when we will send the attachment in the prompt, the AI reads it, answers your question, and done. It is not saved anywhere. And if you ask about it again tomorrow in a new conversation, and the AI has no memory of that file because it won't stored. But in other hand, RAG, this stands for Retrieval-Augmented Generation. So this is different from file attachment. You upload a document once, let's suppose here in the prompt. It gets converted into embeddings and stored into a vector store. From that point on, in any conversation, the AI can search that document whenever it is relevant to a question. And this is how you build a real knowledge base. And you can think of attachments like handing someone a paper to read right now. RAG is like putting that paper in a filing cabinet. So firstly, let's start with the file upload. So in this prompt area, we will add one option to attach file. So let's jump to the code editor, and firstly we'll have to work on the UI part. I will navigate to the resources, views, and here we have the components. So in the components, we have chatbox blade and conversation sidebar. This is our sidebar component, and this is our chatbox component. From here, we are handling this prompt functionality. And we have the main wrapper, which is pages chat blade. So in this chat blade, we have called these two components, sidebar and this chatbox. So related to file upload functionality, we will have to add this in the chatbox component. So let's navigate to this chatbox component. And here we have some UI in which we added header button for clear chat, and this is welcome screen, which we can see here. This one, welcome to LaraChat. If we don't have any conversation, then by default this will be loaded here. If we have any conversation, then this will load that. So here itself, we will have to add the file upload functionality. So we have this input text, right? We have this send button. So after this text area, I will add one input type file. So I will type, this will be file, and I can add ID like chat attachment. Let's add some classes. So I don't want to show this input type file. Instead, we need to show as some icon, right? So I will display one label, and I will set accept property as PDF, JPG, JPEG, and .png as of now. Okay. This will be file attachment, correct? Let me collapse it again. And here I will create one label as well, label for this chat attachment, so that if we'll click on label, it will trigger this one. And let's add class cursor pointer, text jink 400, hover text white, flex shrink 0, and I will close this label. Perfect. And in between this label, I will add file attachment icon. So I will create one SVG. So here I have quickly pasted one SVG icon. Okay, this is file icon. If we'll jump to the browser, yeah, now we can see we have some icon like this. And we will have to align this icon in center aligned of this button and input text area, right? So let's fix this. So here, instead of items end, I will set it items center first, and we can change this gap to 2. Perfect. Rest everything is fine in this. Now here in this input type file, I will attach wire model directive so that we will have click event on this wire model, and I will attach one property which we will have to define as a public in this component. So I have set it as attachment, and in this label we can specify some width. So I will set width 8, height as 8, make it rounded, Excel, over BG effect, Jink 700, and flags with items center, justify center, and we will add transition colors effect. Okay, let's check it. We have hover effect similar to this button. Perfect. Now let's work on this attachment property. So we will have to define this here at the top. So I will scroll to class section, and after this I will define public $attachment, and I will initialize it with null. And in order to handle the file in Livewire, we will have to use trait. So we'll import use with file uploads. If you are not sure about this, you can search for Livewire official documentation, and we'll navigate to Livewire 4. And in the documentation, we will search for file upload. Okay. So here in the sidebar, we have this features file uploads, correct? So we will have to import this trait. Perfect. So I will copy this namespace and I will paste it here. This is done. Now after importing this, we will have to handle the file in the send functionality itself, because we already have this send button. So either we can type any message here, or we can attach any attachment. Then alongside this text, we will have to send this file attachment also on the send functionality. So here we have this send button functionality, right? Previously we captured the input field only, meaning input field value. Now similar to this, we will read the file attachment also. So we have defined the property as attachment, correct? I will set it optional. So I will define nullable, and this can take file with MIMES, PDF, JPG, PNG, and JPEG, correct? As of now, I will set max 10240, which will be 10 MB. And in this input, I will make it required without attachment. So we will have to change it as required without attachment. If you don't have any attachment, then this should be required. If we have attachment, then this should not be required. And also we can set it optional as nullable. Now here we will have to handle the attachment before sending this to prompt, correct? Handle attachment, and we will have to store the attachment permanently so that our controller can read it. So we have a stream controller. We will have to read it there also. So I will extract few property. Firstly, I will check one condition. If we have attachment, so I will check if $this attachment, then I will extract attachment path. Okay. So I will store it using $this attachment store function, and I will create one folder as chat attachments. Perfect. And I will specify the disk as local, and I will capture this in a variable as path. Now we will have to create a storage path for this. So I will use storage path function, and this will store it in app directory. So if we'll expand the storage folder, we have this app directory, correct? Inside this, we have this public as well. So by default, I will set this to app, and I will concat this path here. Now whatever this will return, I will store it in a variable as attachment path. Perfect. And we have to extract the MIME type as well. So I will use this file object attachment get MIME type function, and I will extract attachment MIME. Perfect. Similarly, we can get the file original name. So I will use get client original name function, and we'll capture it in a variable as attachment name. Now after uploading it, I will set this file object to null so that the file object will be reset. Now we have to pass these property in the prompt, right? So I will do one thing. Firstly, I will define this variable here at the top, attachment path null or attachment name null, attachment MIME as null. Now here in this prompt, after this user message, which is prompt, if it is there, then okay, else here I will attach that file attachment. Okay, so I will use $attachment name, and after that we will have to pass this file in the Alpine.js because we are dispatching one event, right, to start streaming. So after this message, we will pass attachment path, and we have this attachment path variable. Okay, and attachment MIME type. Perfect. We will have to receive it. Now let's navigate to this event, start a stream. Here we added this streaming, right? Firstly, we will have to receive those properties. So I will use attachment path variable and attachment MIME. Perfect. Now from here, we are triggering this start stream function. So let's navigate on this, and here we will have to capture those parameters again. Attachment path, let's initialize it with null, and attachment MIME, let's initialize it again with the null. Now here we are sending this chat stream API call to backend. Perfect. And here we were sending the message and conversation ID. Perfect. Now alongside these two, we will have to pass the attachment details. So I will use attachment path, and I will make it in this similar case. And we have variable like attachment path, and next we have attachment MIME. Okay. Now similar to this, we will have to capture these parameters, and we'll have to handle the file upload here in the stream controller. We have this invoke function. Perfect. So previously we read this message and conversation ID only, and in the validation also we received message and conversation ID. So now this time this message won't be required because we updated that to optional. So we'll check it as nullable. Conversation ID is fine. We have to add the validation for attachment path, which we sent from chat box here, this key. Perfect. And I will set the validation rule as nullable and string, because either we can send message or file, right? Similarly, I will add it for attachment MIME. Now here we will have to read it. So I will use one variable like attachment path, and we'll have to read it from request input, we have the key as attachment path. And similarly, we will read attachment MIME. Now in this stream function, alongside this message conversation ID, let's pass this attachment path and attachment MIME. Perfect. This is done. Now inside this, we have to build the attachment array, okay, so that we can pass it to the AI. So after this if condition, I will build attachment array here. So firstly, I will define one empty variable, which will be type of array attachments. And I will check one condition if we have attachment path and file exists in attachment path. Okay. Then I will check starts with function, and in this I will check this attachment MIME is type of image, or we can write like this, image slash anything, right? If it is there, then I will use files from Laravel AI. Okay. And we can use files image, right? We have from path function. So inside this, we'll pass this attachment path. Perfect. Else from this files, we have to extract documents because we are sending two types, right? Either files or image. So from this will create the file from that path. So again, I will use from path function, attachment path here. This is done. Let me collapse it for better visibility. And let's capture this in this variable attachments, and we will have multi-dimension array. This is perfect. Now we have to pass this attachments in the AI, right? So we have this agent a string function. So before this timeout, I will pass attachments as a key, and we have this array attachments. Rest everything is okay. We don't have to do anything here. So the flow is like Livewire uploads the file and stores it on disk, right? We send just the path as a string through our existing JSON fetch function, which we used here. And in the stream controller, here we read the path of disks, right? And wraps it with file documents from path function. So it totally depends on whether we are sending image, then this will call this. If you're sending file, then this will call this. Now before passing it to the stream, we have just extracted the attachments, and here we are sending this to a stream function. And after sending this to AI, here we will have to clean the attachment so that this won't repeat it again. Okay. So I will use if we have attachment path and file exist function. If it exists, then we have to use unlink function. Okay. And I will unlink that attachment path from the folder. So it will remove it. And I will handle this exception. So if you don't have any file, it won't throw any error. So here we deleted the file right after the AI reads it. Perfect. We don't need to keep a copy around for one-off attachments. That is what RAG and vector stores are for. Now what I will do, I will jump to the Livewire component, and here I will console the attachment as well. Conversation ID and attachment. So I will display attachment path. Perfect. I will jump to the browser now, and I will start a fresh conversation first, and I will try to upload one file. So I have selected this image, but after selecting this image, we'll have to preview it. Perfect. So let's jump back to the chat box blade, and here after this label, we'll preview it. So I will check if we have attachment. Okay. Then I will display that here in a span element. So in the span, here I will display the file original name. So I will use perfect, and we can add one button to remove that file as well. So button, okay. I will add some classes, hover text white, and this type will be like button, and I will use wire click, and on click I will use alpine.js to reset this key. We have property attachment. I will set it to null directly here, and in this span I will set some class text extra small, jink as 400, flex, item center, gap 1, flex, shrink as 0. Perfect. Let's start a new conversation now. I will attach one file again. So I have attached one image, and here we can see we have this Laravel user model file name visible, and this icon is visible as black, so we can change that color as well. Text jink 400. Let's check now. Perfect. Now we are able to remove it. Now let's try to send as a conversation. So I will open the developer console first. Okay. And I will type some message, check the image. I will click on send. Now first time this conversation ID and attachment is null. Let's check this payload. So in this stream, this attachment mime and these all parameters are null. So this said, I see the image. It looks like a screenshot of my home screen, and we'll check the storage folder. So in this storage, we have app private, and here it stored that image. Okay. But this is in the private disk, so we will have to store it in the public disk. So I will change that path here. Instead of local, I will set this to public. Okay. So that this will store that image here in the public. And this storage path we set as app. So instead I will use a storage facade, storage disk function, and I will keep it as local disk. So here, after uploading it, I will dump it as attachment path and attachment mime. We can put attachment name as well. Now let's jump to the browser, and I will refresh it. I will try to attach the same file again, sending, and here we are getting the file mime and Laravel user model, which is the actual file name. And here this returned the file path object, which is file system object, instead of returning string path, right? So let's correct it. Here we passed this path inside this. Instead, we will use path function, and I will pass it here. Perfect. Now let's verify it again quickly. So I will select this file again, and I will click on send. And yeah, perfect. Now we are getting the file path in a string. So now we should get it in the API call. I will just remove it. And here, let's check out this event start stream, because here we have passed attachment path and attachment mime. And in the JS side, we received it, and we called this start stream function. Okay. So here we received these two parameters, but we forgot to pass here in this start streaming function, right? So let's pass these two parameters. Okay. Perfect. Let's save it. Now we should get this attachment here, right? Then it will be displayed here in the console. So let's remove this curly bracket and quotes from here. And also we have to keep this disk name here as local. so that while reading it in the controller, this can have the same path while forming this attachment array. Okay, because we used image from path and file exists function. So yeah, this is done. Let's verify it once again. And we'll start with the new conversation. Let's try to upload that same image. I will give some prompt like analyze this image and code. Now in the console, we can see we have this attachment path here, which is displayed correctly. And in the payload, we have this stream. So in this stream also, we are getting that attachment path, which is correct. Now let's wait for the response. And yes, it analyzed the image properly. They said the image shows a Laravel user model. So if I will show you the image first, so I uploaded this image. Here we can see this image is user model, which is extending authenticable, has API tokens, notifiable, these are traits, and we have this fillable property, correct? Here we have this passport authentication for API tokens. So this has read the same thing, app model users configured for authentication and API token management. Key components of the code is Laravel passport integration, authentication is there. We have traits as has API tokens and notifiable. We have this mass assignment as fillable property. So this has analyzed this model correctly. Perfect. In the similar way, we can upload PDF as well. Okay, so we just saw image upload is working perfectly. I asked Gemini to look at this screenshot. It read the code, no problem. Attachments are officially wired up. Now watch what happens when I do the exact same thing but with a PDF instead. So I will select a PDF now and I will ask this to read this file. Okay. And now this is trying to respond. So let's wait for this response. And they said this document appears to be a sample or template file, right? So this has read out that PDF as well. If I will show you that PDF, if I will open it, yes, this was Lorium Epsom text. Okay, this is a dummy PDF with total number of pages are 4. Yes, this read completely 4 pages. Now we will be working on some enhancement part. So when I attach any file in the conversation, it is not showing here. And also when I select any file or image, we can see this send button is still disabled because previously we added condition on this input field. When we type something, then only this button is getting enabled. Correct? When we removed, again this got disabled. So we will be enhancing these things. So let's continue. And I will jump to this chat box blade. Here we have text area. This is disabled in wire loading. And we have this send button. This is disabled on wire input.trim. So this is checking text input length only. So I will update this condition to check attachment also. So I will do one thing. I will cut this line from here. I will check if wire loading is there and inside this I will paste that wire input trim condition if it is not there, and I will check attachment. If it is there, then false, otherwise true. So if we'll check now, I have selected image and now we can see this button is enabled. If I will remove it, this got disabled now. If I will type something, this got enabled. So this is fixed. Now whenever we select any image or attachment while sending it into the prompt, this should shown here after sending it, right? So next I will add file preview here. So after this attachment condition, this is for showing here in the input field, right? So here we already added this preview. Okay. If condition, if we have attachment, then we rendered this span and we added this clear button, correct? Now above this, I will check one condition. If we have image, then I will set preview. So inside this, firstly, I will create one div and I will wrap this entire div, and I will add some classes: flex, items, center, gap 2, bg, jink 700 with opacity 60, rounded lg, padding left 1.5, padding right like 2, padding y, flex, shrink 0. And I will set some attribute wire, loading attribute, to remove, and this will target attachment. We have attachment property. Now inside this div, just before this span, I will check one condition. If we have image or other files like PDF or any other. So inside if condition, I will check if str starts with function, and I will use attachment get mime type function. Okay. And I will check if we have image, then I will use image element, and in the source I will display attachment temporary URL function. Perfect. And in the class, I will set width 8, height 8, rounded, and object cover. Alt attribute, I will set image attachment. Okay. Else, I will set some SVG icon. So we already had file icon here, correct? I will paste it here. This is done. And we can add one uploading indicator here, file uploading indicator div, and this will target the attachment element again on loading attribute wire target attachment with some class text extra small, color 500, flex, shrink 0, padding x 1, and I will set uploading. Now we have to load the attachments in the conversations as well, correct? So I will jump to the chat blade, and here we have this load messages function. Here we created this array, role, content, and streaming. Now here, instead of returning it directly, I will create one object, and inside this function I will change it to full function message, and I will define few property like attachment, initialize it with null, and I will check if message role is user, then we have to decode the attachment. So I will use JSON decode message attachments. So in the database, if I will search for database, here in the conversation messages table, we have attachments column, correct? So if you scroll down, here we can see related to document, PDF. Here we have this column in which this has stored the data in the form of JSON. So we can pick this column in order to check whether we have attachments. Okay. And if it is there, then okay, else it will have empty array, and I will store it in a variable as decoded. Now I will create this decoded array and I will extract it, and from here I will extract the name. So again I will check. We have this type name, path, and mime. So I will extract the name. If it is there, then okay, else I will set it to empty string, and I will extract it in a variable as meta. This is meta attribute. Now inside this, I will check if this is array, this meta attribute is array, then I will assign this meta to attachment variable, which we have defined here. Now while returning it, here I will use return statement. I will move this here. Okay. So previously we were returning role, content and streaming only. Now I will return attachment path from attachment path, which we already saw here, this path, and I will use null calling operator. Next, attachment name, attachment name key, attachment mime, attachment mime. Perfect. We verified it. By default, it is storing as null. Now, while rendering into the message, we will have to update it. So let's jump to the chat box, blade again, and we rendered the messages here, correct? So previously we rendered this content only. Now before this, we will check for image also. So I will use if not empty message attachment path. We created it from here, this one. So we have to check it, and we will have to add end if condition. Next, inside this, I will use PHP attribute to extract whether it is image or file. Str starts with function, message, attachment mime. Again, this is coming from that array. Okay. And if it is image, then we have to store it in a variable as image. And if it is image, then we have to extract this to preview. So I will use storage facade here. So we'll have to use full path, illuminate, support facades and storage. And I will use disk function as local because we have stored image in the local disk. And I will get temporary URL function in which I will pass attachment path. And I will change this to add minutes 30. And let's capture it in a variable as attachment URL. And now after getting this attachment URL, I will use one condition. If is image, else end if. If it is image, then again we will show it in image source. We have this attachment URL with class rounded excel max height like 48, border jink 700. Perfect. And alt attribute, we can display message attachment name. Now we can make it clickable by adding anchor link. So in href, we will add attachment URL and I will wrap it. I will use target element to open this in a new tab, and we can set class to display as block. Else for file, again I will use anchor element and we will use this same attachment URL with target blank. And in this, I will add one SVG icon again, so we can copy it from. So at the bottom side, we added this file icon. So let's copy it and we can paste it here. Okay. And in this, set some classes as flex items, center gap as 2, bg jink 800, border 700, rounded, padding X and padding Y. Text extra small, text color hover, border violet 500, and transition colors effect. Now here we have to display the actual file URL or name, right? So I will use str limit function, just like this. In this, I will pass a message attachment name, and I will set by default name as document with max character of 24. This is done. And here, after this end if, I will put one condition. If we have content, if field message content, then only this will display that here. Now let's navigate back to the browser and let's refresh our conversation. Now if we'll choose any image, yes, this is visible here perfectly. If we'll select any PDF, yeah, this is also visible. Now we will talk about RAG, vector RAG. So if we'll jump to the official documentation again, Laravel AI SDK. Here in the sidebar, we have vector stores, okay? So these vector stores allow you to create searchable collections of files that can be used for retrieval-augmented generation, which is called RAG, right? So this Laravel AI stores class provides method for creating, retrieving, and deleting vector stores. So we can use stores create function here, stores get function to fetch, and stores delete function, okay? So mostly this provides these three functions: create, retrieve, and delete operation on this. We can add files to the store using these available methods. So that's it. LaraChat can now read files attached in chat, and it can permanently store and search documents across every conversations. So we used Laravel AI SDK package, file search, and vector stores. So let's take a step back because this is the last episode of this series. So 14 episodes ago, we started with a blank Laravel project. If I will show you here, okay. We started from here. We added Gemini, built a basic chat agent, and got our first response streaming to the screen. Since then, we added Markdown rendering, code blocks, conversation memory, a full chat history sidebar. Then we gave the AI real power, custom tools that query our databases here, right? Provider tools that search the web, multi-table queries, joining orders and products table, then structured output and sub-agents. So the AI could return clean, typed data and delegate specialized tasks to agent. And today, file attachment and RAG. So LaraChat can now read and remember your documents. So what we built in this entire series is not a toy. It is a real production capable AI chatbot, and every single piece of it is something you can take and use in your own Laravel applications. Here is what is next. I'm going to combine all these 14 episodes together into one complete consolidated video. Built a ChatGPT clone in Laravel 13 using Livewire and Laravel AI SDK package. After that, I will keep covering more of the Laravel AI SDK, things like human tool, approval for safer AI actions, image generation, audio, and testing AI agents. So those all will be like a standalone video. So if any of those interest you, let me know in the comments and I will prioritize them. If you followed this entire series from episode 1, thank you. Genuinely, this was a long build and I appreciate everyone who stuck with it. If you found this video helpful, hit subscribe, like this video, and share this video with fellow developers who is trying to add AI to their Laravel application. So once again, thanks for watching and I will see you in the next video.